Welcome back to the Opposition Podcast. Dear sir, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm a bit hot. I've had to turn the AC off because it was making a noise that was being picked up by the mic. So I am actually sweating in the very tropical, humid climate here in Sri Lanka.
Do you want to try turn it on and see if it's annoying, or you just
If
going
if
to...
if if I can't survive, if you see me turning into water as the stream progresses, I might get up and turn on the AC.
All right, we won't blame you for that. We appreciate you joining us on holidays once again, unlike some people who I invited, but we'll talk about that later, who refused to come on holiday. But I suspect it had nothing to do with the fact that they're on holiday, but rather because they're just a scared little... whatever, we won't get into that yet. For now, I want to welcome everybody to the stream, 2,784 across the platforms. Welcome tonight. We have a packed show, a lot to get through, and there's breaking news as we're doing this, so we'll also unpack that as it comes in, if any more come in. Just some house rules. Basically, all the comments that you're seeing scrolling just below here. So on this side is from my YouTube, from... All right, now I've got to work out how to mirror it. But yeah, there you go. That is on Ruxan's YouTube channel. So any comments you do automatically scroll there on the stream. Any super chats, if you want a super chat, if you want your comment featured on screen and you want to support the stream, go to our YouTube and send us a super chat. We will read them as we do every night through the show. We really appreciate it. It helps support us. But everyone else, just share the stream. Help us grow the audience. We've had some really good size numbers lately, so we're excited that this show is growing. Now, what was the name of the stream? I called it...
You gotta update it. I've already seen some comments that we have to update the name of the stream. But
no, I don't.
Let's see. Let's see, because I think there's a lot more to that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to pull up the name so I can remember what we called it. So we called this one, While They Screamed World War III, Trump Delivered Peace Through Strength as Promised. Now, the update that we have in the last half an hour or so is that Iran had fired 2 more missiles, breaching the ceasefire 3 hours after it had essentially been activated by both sides. There was a question about whether it was starting or not. At some point, it did start. Both sides stopped firing. So Iran stopped firing ballistic missiles, and Israel stopped bombing targets in and around, well, in Tehran, but also around the country. About half an hour ago, two missiles were headed, so the alarms were activated in northern Israel. 2 missiles were heading Israel's way. Israel knocked out the 2, shot them down, and at this point, so they didn't land, and the minister, I don't remember which minister, basically said there's going to be a forceful response to that, and Iran is denying firing it. It's probably most likely that somebody didn't get the memo in Iran. You got to remember that.
Avi, I'm gonna just jump in again because it's breaking news again. So this is a very fluid situation. So Iran's National Security Council, whatever that means, agrees to a ceasefire with Israel. So apparently, just now, the National Security Council has released an official acceptance of the ceasefire with Israel. So it's all kind of murky how this is all kind of played out, and there were, people saying that Iran hadn't officially accepted the ceasefire. Some officials had said they would.
Yeah, I've got I've got some of the screenshots.
Yeah,
we'll go through
so apparently now the National Security Council has agreed to the ceasefire. So okay. I don't know what that means. Yeah.
So for the 2 missiles, Israel says they're going to strike back for it. That I think we're going to see a bit of that back and forth. Did Iran not fire it? I don't think Israel can retaliate without real fire. You got to remember, America's involved in this. America has this is Trump's peace deal, so there's no way for America for Israel to claim that there were a couple of rockets that weren't fired. To claim that rockets were fired that weren't fired. Essentially, I think it's probably most likely that somebody in Iran who didn't get the memo, because communications are probably a bit broken at the moment there. You got to remember, everything's in disarray after a week and a half? Is it a week and a half now?
Close
When
to,
did it
yeah.
start? Yeah, so a week and a half of all their infrastructure, the military infrastructure, being bombed at all different and all different departments internally and also the external. So I'd say I'd still argue that the headline, that the name of the title of this video we're running with is true. Are we going to see a couple of breaches of the ceasefire? Yes. The fact that you say that breaking news now that they've accepted the ceasefire after there's been a breach in the ceasefire, Iran's desperate for this ceasefire. Iran's a lot more desperate for this ceasefire than Israel is. Israel was winning. Israel would be happy to continue. They're probably reluctant to stop, but this is, Trump's played the peace card. Trump's got it, and personally, I'm happy for it. The 12-day war. He coins it the 12-day war, which is 6 days. Time. Well, if anyone knows Israeli history, you got the 6-day war in 1967. Trump's wants to be remembered something similar, and I think it probably will be in Israeli history remembered for something amazing. Now, I think we can. If you see breaking news in the middle, let me know. I've also got it running on the side here in case.
I'll jump in. So there's lots of little tidbits coming up. So if it's anything major, I'll kind of interrupt and put that out there.
Okay. Let's start with just setting the scene as we do with the news that broke earlier today.
Thank you, Sean. Well, U.S. bases across the Middle East braced for the expected Iranian retaliation for the surprise and very stealthy U.S. bombing strike on Iran's 3 prized nuclear sites on Saturday that involved 14 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. Iran's response came in the form of a missile strike targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East, a face-saving attempt by the Iranian regime to show its population the regime survived after the humiliating U.S. weekend bombing. A senior Qatari defense official said its military shot down 18 of the 19 missiles fired from Iran in 2 waves. One Iranian missile hit the Al Udeid base but caused no casualties or significant damage. The skies over Doha lit up with the Patriot interceptors. President Trump said 14 ballistic missiles were fired, 1 for each of the U.S. bunker busters. He thanked the Emir of Qatar in a Truth Social post, quote, "I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same." Qatar says it was not given advance warning by Iran. Meantime, the Pentagon released this nighttime video of the American B-2 bombers as they prepared to launch at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning for their 37-hour nonstop bombing run to Iran. The U.S. military had expected strikes on 3 U.S. bases to mirror the U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, but only Al Udeid was targeted. Tonight, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, and Iraq, all home to U.S. bases, reopened their airspace, and the U.S. Embassy in Qatar lifted its shelter-in-place orders. The U.S. military, Sean, had drawn down significantly from Al Udeid in Qatar, where 5,000 to 10,000 American troops normally would be based. Then, as the vice president was about to go on the air and speak with Bret Baier, the Truth Social post came through. Israel and Iran had agreed to a ceasefire. What the president called the 12-day war was over in 3 hours. That ceasefire, which was mediated by the Prime Minister of Qatar, will go into effect. Sean?
All right, Jennifer Griffin.
So that was the much-anticipated response from Iran. That was the World War III that we were promised. It was 1 missile for every bunker busting bomb with hours of warning. So you got to understand, because we saw in Qatar they were 3 or 4 hours before it was even fired. They'd given the warning. It was theatrical. It was nothing. Yes. No one was hurt. Minor damage.
Yeah, that's been a constant theme, hasn't it, Avi, all throughout this conflict, where a lot of what Iran has been doing has been theatrical, and this is the finishing piece of that theatrics, if you want to look at it that way. And the fact that even in that news article, if you listen to it carefully, it's got Qatar denied getting early notice, and all these kind of, background theatrical stuff going on as well with the Qatari government. And interestingly enough, the missiles are fired into Qatar, but Qatar is also the one that are brokering this peace negotiation as well. So all these different layers of things that happen in the Middle East, and kind of everyone I think there knows that this is how you deal with Iran in terms of letting them do this, letting them save face at home so they de-escalate a little bit, and going into this ceasefire mode that we're kind of in now. And just following on some new tidbits of breaking news, Iran's apparently already planning for a victory parade in Tehran to celebrate this victory. It reminds me of the North Korean regime, because they consistently lie. And it's not really to lie to the rest of the world, because all of us can see what's actually happening in terms of all the media coverage and all the intel and reports that we see about, very basic things like bombings and casualties and things like this. But if you watch Iran state media and the news reports they're putting out, some of the bombings that they're doing in Israel, for instance, they're claiming like 500 people dead, 1,000 people injured, people trapped under buildings. And we know from verifiable information that that's just not the case. So Iran has a tendency to kind of overestimate some of the things that they do and oversell some of their military campaigns as well. And this is one such occasion. So I think the US has talked to Iran. Donald Trump has said, yeah, we've kind of already know they're going to bomb us. We've cleared their buildings. We'll let it happen. And now we'll go into this era of peace, or whatever the way that Donald Trump framed it. So this is not a serious country where you have a threat of World War III with. This is not a serious player in this game. This is someone that is being toyed with by the US and by Israel. And you're seeing that every day. And the people that keep denying that and keep giving this army this stature that doesn't exist, this place in the world as a mighty military force, it just does not exist. It's just not real. It's a paper tiger. And it's good that Donald Trump and the other people in that region know this, and they treat them like that. So I think, Iran's been shown for what it is during this whole conflict, and the world can walk away from this knowing that it's not as powerful as they claim to be.
Absolutely. Now, so Trump announced the peace deal, and there was a bit of confusion, as you alluded to before, because we were getting mixed messages from really Iran, because Israel didn't kind of respond to it until it actually came into effect. Iran's, I think, foreign minister this is, posted on X saying, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. The final decision on cessation of military operations will be made later. What do you... Their whole regime is a clown show. They think people are dumb. It's like, there is no agreement, but we went to beg Trump for an agreement. There's no agreement, but we'll stop at 4 a.m. when the agreement starts. So clearly, there was an agreement. They're just trying to save face, aren't they?
They're trying to save face. And it reminds me of, I think his name was Baghdad Bobo, whatever the term that the West coined for the guy in Iraq, as the US forces were like literally in Baghdad. He was on Iraqi television saying that, they're having these victories and they're keeping the US away and all this kind of stuff. So it's a tendency in the Middle East with these type of armies, which have these tin pot dictators and these sketchy regimes, where a lot of it is based around oppressing their own people and feeding them state-based media where they can lie to their people, that they'll put out these type of notices, because this then goes onto their news services, and it shows this defiant Iran where they're saying, we set the terms of this ceasefire, we will decide. But like you said, as if you can read into it with all the other information that we have, which is Donald Trump's statements, Israel's statements, and the wider Middle Eastern community statements, we know that this is being brokered by everyone and these terms have been put to them because they're in a position of weakness. And that foreign minister himself, when he flew to Oman or Qatar, wherever it was, to do negotiations with the French and the British and the Germans, maybe, I can't remember, the other European country that was involved, he had to get clearance from the Israelis who control the airspace to take that plane out of his own country in Iran. But these guys act so tough. So they're in a compromised position. They're in a position which is not as equal to the Israel or to the United States of America, but to their people, they lie to save face. And sadly, many in the West who should be more educated on this very obvious propaganda because they have access to so much more information, buy it up like this is like, legitimately these guys are winning and this is, they're in a position of strength and they take these statements at face value. It's shocking to see.
Yeah, it's a joke. So in response to that, Trump took to Truth Social. He said, Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. Knew the time was now. The world and Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both. It's just typical Trump fashion. Look, it's interesting. I could see the way Trump's clearly playing it. There's funny conflict as to what really happened, because also the Israeli Prime Minister, after the ceasefire had kicked in, had said, the Israeli government in a statement carried by the Prime Minister's office said, in light of the operation's objectives being achieved in full coordination with President Trump, Israel has agreed to the president's proposal for bilateral ceasefire. So the Israeli government saying it was Trump's proposal, and Trump saying both countries wanted peace, Iran saying they're not even agreeing to peace, but it's starting at this time. If I had to guess, it was most likely, it really wasn't in Israel's interest to wrap it up now, in their national interest. For the cause, I fully support it, because I think that for the same reason that we've titled this video in the way we have, is I think for Trump, and that's why Trump is going out and framing it like this, for Trump it's perfect. It's like, I did what I've always said I'll do. No forever wars. I went in hard, strategically, precisely, and blew up the biggest threat. It's a historic thing. We ended this in record time. No boots on the ground. No forever war. No prolonged wars. Nothing like that. And all the naysayers, which we're actually going to get to, everybody who predicted Armageddon, the end of the world, who have claimed to be Trump supporters, who have been questioning and gathering people online to turn on Trump, well, they were all shut down. And I do believe, I do truly believe it was Trump's intention to be short and sharp. And I think, again, if it happens again, it's going to be another short and sharp strike. Trump is not in the mood. There is no way he is going to get into a forever war, boots on the ground. And as we could see, nobody's coming to Iran's aid. Iran got decimated. So in the first day, they took out the top brass. They got decimated early, took out the air defenses. Israel controlled the skies. And when Russia and China, who everyone thought was going to get involved, or even Pakistan, all these delusional ideas, when they saw that, like, I explained this to my brother an hour ago, a couple of hours ago. I go, think of it as like a business opportunity, right? Like, if you're thinking, if somebody comes to you with a proposal, like somebody that you like, comes with a proposal, somebody that you trust, says, invest in this thing that I have, it's going to make you good money. Now, if you came to me and said, hey, there's a good coin, I'm telling you should jump on now, and it's just starting to rise, this is going to hit the top, whatever, then I'll look at it and I'll go, oh yeah, that's a good idea. That looks like and I trust you and I think it makes sense, whatever. But if you came to me as it was crashing and I have, like, There's no other information to tell me that this is going to turn around. Why would I invest in it? And that's exactly how this is on a geopolitical level. Like, if Israel was losing at first, those countries may have jumped in may have depends where America would have landed on, because even Trump may not have wanted to come out so publicly taking credit for it. So it may have been a very big different dynamic. In this case, it was clear they lost, and from Israel's perspective, they took out the big threat, the threat that has been hanging over Israel's head for years. Plus, they got to really see what the ballistic missiles capabilities are. And what you got to understand, in Israel, on day one, they were expecting it to be a lot worse. People were expecting what we saw in Israel in the last hour prior to the ceasefire, where they bombarded Israel with ballistic missiles, where, I think the last count is 5 people dead. People were expecting that to be constant. And it just didn't happen, because Israel was effectively able to knock out about 90 to 95% of the missiles even the ballistic missiles, prior to it landing. Now, from that, I think Israel's going to learn and realize, so the threat has kind of shifted. The threat is, depending on how the bomb assessments come back and whether they've actually completely decimated, they might have to go in there and do some other little stuff to complete the. But they've definitely thrown them back a number of years, and Israel now has something to work with in creating capabilities to defend from what came at them this time. And to be honest, I think a regime change is going to come from the people. The state is on its knees, is in a very weak position.
Yeah, I mean, to your earlier points about Iran's relationship with, for instance, Russia and China, this overplayed thing that a lot of people talked about World War III, like World War III, because World War III has to involve some major military powers. It was very clear very early on that Iran is not this major military power. And even if they have some sort of legitimacy in the region, when it comes to the status of a world war, they're not going to make that happen by fighting Iran. It could have been a regional Middle Eastern conflict for the US or something like that. That's more something that people could have maybe speculated about. But a World War III, like this Armageddon thing, no, because when the Iran foreign minister went to Russia a couple of days ago, what happened? Russia pretty much acknowledged that the US shouldn't be doing this stuff and Israel should stop, but they didn't offer any military assistance or anything like this in a public way at all. China, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State of the United States of America, said to China, when they were threatened to shut the Strait of Hormuz in near Iran, he told China, you have to let these people know that they can't do this. And what did China do? They said, yeah, you got to keep the shipping lanes open because everyone benefits from that. So a lot of people are misreading very simple geopolitical positions and realities of the world as we are in right now. They're just applying their own, imaginations into what a World War III should look like, and China and Russia are going to join. No, none of this is happening. And all this stuff about boots on the ground, when you look at, all the conflicts like Iraq and Afghanistan, you never had Israel, for instance, like a proxy of the US at the time, attacking those countries on the US's behalf and doing all the dirty work. Like that never happened. So even those scenarios are not similar whatsoever. So I think a lot of people just kind of got carried away with this hyperbole around World War III. And it's really showing now, because after all this has kind of come to throes and there's a ceasefire deal and Trump's, did what he said he would do all along for all those years. And now he's kind of negotiated peace as this great deal maker. Everyone looks stupid because they just went completely over the top. And I'm not saying not to, be cautious and not to talk against war and, to look for ways of having peace and all this. It's not about warmongering. That's not what's happening at all. It's more so about, being restrained in the way that you, grandiosely proclaim that the world is about to enter World War III. And that's just not true. I think my housekeeping's here. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go for it.
Give me 1 second.
Rukshan lives the fancy life there, guys. Hey, give Rukshan a super chat. He needs to fund his expensive lifestyle there in Sri Lanka. I thought it was cheap in Sri Lanka. Apparently not.
All right, I'm back. I'll just fix my camera.
Welcome. Okay, welcome back to the game. I will. Oh, what happened to your camera now?
What happened to my camera? Is it gone?
You've disappeared on us, mate. What did you do
I'm just
when
gonna
you
call back.
left?
I'm just gonna call back. All right.
You call back, mate. Here we go. All right, let's just give it a second for Rukshan. We've got to give him credit. He does come on even though he's on holidays there. I don't know if I'm that committed. He's a far more committed person than I ever am. Let's have him come on and then we will move on. Guys, while we're waiting for Rukshan to join back on, take a second to like the stream. Share it, whatever platforms you're on. Make sure to share the stream. Comment on YouTube. Those are the ones that you see scrolling below us, both on Rukshan and my YouTubes. And obviously, Super Chat. We're going to get to some Super Chats now before we continue. So every Super Chat we will read. Here's Rukshan. He's back in the game. Welcome back,
Can you hear me?
Rukshan. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, let's quickly do a couple Super Chats and then we'll get to reading.
Yeah, so super chat from Thomas. Thomas, thanks, mate. Trump must be considered for the Nobel Prize now for the efforts in resolving the nuclear threat, achieving a ceasefire and peace, and for the Abraham Peace Accords. Thoughts? I mean, I'll touch on that first, Avi. I think it was funny because Pakistan had nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize the week before as well, which is insane. And now they're calling him like a war criminal as well. It's just crazy. But overall, I think if you look at Trump's achievements in the first administration, if it was any other president, I think they would have been nominated for the Abraham Accords first time around.
But when I saw their nomination for him to get the what's it called, the
Nobel Peace Prize.
Peace Prize, and that was after he bombed. That's what confused me.
That was after, yeah. So it's just all over the place.
It just shows. It just goes to show that Iran literally has no friends. No, there's no one going to put themselves on the line for Iran. But I absolutely, totally agree with Thomas. He deserves a peace prize. He deserves a peace prize. I don't know. He never got one for the Abraham Peace Accords. And I can tell you somebody that's a beneficiary of that. When I traveled to places like the UAE, that is real peace. If the entire Middle East looks like that, and I pray that that's where we're heading, nobody has ever been able to dream of that kind of peace in the Middle East between Israel and Arab nations. So absolutely with you. Jimil's just thrown us $7.99. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. It is people like you that help us make the show possible. We've got one from Varan.
This is from Varan. Thanks, mate. Iran got hold of Rukshan's camera.
Listen,
I mean, it's possible.
They
do have.
I would say that they just seem so incompetent that they didn't. If anything, it was a Mossad. They mistook as Rukshan.
They have good relationships with Sri Lanka, definitely. Like, you have to understand, Iran has a lot of. They do a lot of diplomacy around the world, Asia, Latin America, and they have all types of programs and investing and funding. So it's possible, who knows? But it's more than likely when I stood up, I pulled a cord out. So that's more possible, Varan. Thanks for the super chat.
So uncoordinated. We've got Baz, our friend. Welcome back, Baz.
Baz, the dark horse, defund the ABC. I don't know. We're talking about Iranian state media, and he's brought up the ABC. Unless
he's probably talking about my story yesterday was on the ABC on the Western Sydney reporter, who literally got here. Guys, if you haven't seen it, go check out my YouTube. My last video from yesterday. Literally arrived. It didn't arrive. He became a new immigrant 2 years ago. And this guy's been running cover for extremists on our national broadcaster. 2 years ago, he became a citizen of Australia. And he's like essentially running all the talking points for Iran, for Hamas, for Hezbollah on national TV. And he's come from Qatar. So he's Egyptian, but came from Qatar. Why is somebody that comes from... I would like to know what background checks they did on that guy.
Yeah.
His social media is obsessed with Israel, obsessed with the conflict that he's just... you just came to Australia. Why don't you leave that back there? But he's come here and they've given him a platform to spew his hate.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have that. We don't have those kind of checks and balances.
No.
Just to kind of put it in perspective, I saw the other day the Sri Lankan embassy here or the US embassy here put out a directive that's saying that anyone's applying for a visa to go to the United States of America must open up their social media to have checks done. So America's doing those kind of things now for anywhere in the world, and I think Australia needs to kind of do it. I don't think it's Orwellian when you're having foreigners coming into your country to check over everything that they're saying and doing, because that's a part of protecting your national security and ensuring that there's not people entering your country who are terrorists or going to harm your way of life.
No, I totally agree. Abby King, welcome back. We love to see Abby on all the in all our.
Thanks,
she's always
Abby.
on our super chats.
Yeah, I think she came in late as well and asked if she missed anything, but we had just started, Abby. You didn't miss much, so thanks for the super chat. What do you think the situation would be if Kamala was president? I tend to think it would be even much more complicated, much messier. I think she would have tried to maybe the pressure and intervened a lot more in terms of Israel's initial actions. We might not have seen that going that smoothly for Israel the way it did. I think because Trump had a more of a hands-off approach. But what I will caveat that with saying that a lot of what's happening now was game planned during previous administrations as well. So a lot of US administrations have been game planning this, and there are some Democrats who are very much so, like John Fetterman. I don't know if you've seen his posts. John Fetterman from the Democrats, he's very much supporting the current stance of Israel. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened because the relationship between
Fetterman was pushed to the side there. Fetterman's actually turned out all right. I've been enjoying watching him.
I like Fetterman. He's a very interesting guy. He just says what he thinks, which is...
He's not like the rest of them. I
rare.
reckon I'll be happy to swap him for Thomas Massey.
Yes.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you. She gave me a big bonus on the weekend when we were working on the weekend. Oh, you should have been on that live stream. Abby threw us like $80, and I couldn't even bring her super chat up because...
Oh, I saw that.
Oh, were you watching? You were off, but you were watching.
I was watching it.
Why didn't you super chat me?
Mate, I'm doing in rupees, man. I'm doing it tough.
Ellen,
thanks for the super. Is Hamas in control of Iran? No, I think it's not. No. Hamas is a proxy of Iran. It's if anything, Iran is in control of Hamas or was. We don't know what the relationship's going to be like now, but obviously it's going to be damaged a lot of what remains of Hamas.
Yeah, I don't think Iran has much to offer any of their proxies anymore, and their proxies don't have much to offer Iran. It was reported that Iran called on Hezbollah at the beginning of this, right after Israel initially struck directly in Iran. They called on Hezbollah to start firing, and Hezbollah's
because it was those it's those proxies, like there's a few of them around that region that were like the front line of defense for Iran. Like they're the first line of like attack if you want to
they've been
keep
attacking.
Israel.
It started with Hamas, then Hezbollah, then the Houthis, and they were always able to stay at arm's length. That's why anyone saying that it's that Israel started on that attack, that preemptive strike, it's not really like that. And the thing is, Israel took an opportunity. Israel has knocked out all their proxies. So it was the first time Israel could actually get in there and do something without fear of everything around it. I think Iran's biggest mistake, remember in the period just after October 7, when Hezbollah joined in on October 8. So on October 7, Hamas started. October 8, Hezbollah, before even Israel had time they were still hunting down terrorists within Israeli territory. They hadn't gone in yet. I think 13 or 14 was when Israel started bombing Gaza. So, and at that point, everybody was speculating whether Iran would join the fray, and they didn't. And I think from their perspective, they were probably scared. They knew they weren't ready, but it would have been a much better option for them than waiting a year and a half, 2 years to when Israel... I just don't think they imagined this position where Israel literally disarmed, decimated all their proxies, or almost all their proxies. The Houthis, I guess, are still somewhat have a bit, but even they didn't jump in now. So it tells me that
historically, if you look back on this campaign and actually do a proper analysis of this, a couple of years from now, this would probably be one of the worst run military campaigns ever by a regime like Iran in terms of how failed it has been and the consequences flowing from that to where we are today with the US getting involved to the extent it has as well. I think they've just misread the whole situation. They continue to misread the situation. And I think even today, right now, they continue to misread the situation and they could still screw it up even worse and make it worse for themselves.
Let's read this one. Daniel,
thanks, mate. Mizrahi Jews make up the best Mossad agents in the Middle East. They have been kicked out of Arab countries. Remember Eli Cohen and how he crippled Gamal Nasser. I'll give that to you one.
So Mizrahi Jews are Jews of Arabic or Mediterranean descent. So basically Arabs like my family. We're not necessarily Mizrahi, but we can sometimes fall into that. Some people refer to us as Mizrahi as well. But Jews that come from Arab lands that were kicked out. So he's right. So if you look at it in Iran, a lot of those Mossad agents, well, some will probably be like opposition operatives that work for the Mossad. Then there'll be a lot of Iranian Jews. Same as Yemen. I've probably got a bunch of cousins running in the Houthis at the moment. Eli Cohen, he's referring to probably one of the best spies in world history. And if people want to look, I think there's a good movie on it. Oh, actually, yeah, Spy by Sacha Baron Cohen. When that movie came out, I thought, is it a movie? No, I think it's a series. And when it came out, I thought, how can this, like, I loved all the old Ali G, but you can't imagine him being serious. It is an amazing series, and he's an amazing actor, and don't have to like his politics, but go watch it because it's based on the true story of Eli Cohen, and it is epic what they achieved. So totally agree. Daniel, what do we got here?
It's from Justin. Thanks for the super chat. How great was the Albo and Wong shit show yesterday? It was bloody beautiful. I mean, you even had Keir Starmer from the UK and all these world leaders reacting pretty quickly to what Trump had done. And you had to understand they're a part of the Five Eyes. They're a part of the US alliance. We are a part of the West. We're a part of that alliance. And for a long time, many I think throughout all of our history, since this Iranian problem's been there with this nuclear weapons, all Australian administrations have been of the view that they cannot have nuclear weapons and we have to rid them of this capability. So when that did happen under President Trump, and there's no reason that the Australians would not be privy to all the information that the rest of the world has on this as well, that Wong and Albo were so slow to come out and react, especially Albanese in a public setting and say whatever Australians' position was. I'm not saying they have to have a certain position because they can say whatever they want, and we've seen that when it comes to Israel and Gaza. But the just how weak that we appear and come across in this whole thing, I think it doesn't put Australia in good favor with the United States of America, and it shows. Trump won't meet Prime Minister Albanese very easily. I think that disdain for Australia really does exist with the Trump presidency, and I think it's well deserved.
Yep. Thanks for that, Justin. Appreciate all the super chats. Miss Spencer, thank you for that. Seriously, guys.
Thank you.
You guys help us make this possible. Really appreciate it. And finally, for this round of reading, so we'll read all super chats, but for this round, this is the last one, and it's a perfect segue into our conversation and what we're about to do. Go read that.
Thanks for the super chat, mate. Thank you. Do you think this will lead to World War III? Oh, I think we've given our opinions on that, but
absolutely not. In fact, we're here tonight to mock everyone. Well, there's a lot of people that need it.
And not only will it not lead to World War III, I'm happy to say that very unequivocally. I think it will lead to an era of more peace and stability, and peace in a way. I know there's always going to be rogue states, and Iran might cause problems, whatever. But it's a complete opposite. Something like this does. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So I think
is that your help?
That's the hotel staff. They're doing the turnaround on the room, putting in new towels, fixing the bed and stuff. I mean, if I could live like this always, I would, stream from hotels and just
fancy pants. You are fancy pants. You are. Okay, let's start with the first person we're going to mock because they deserve it. Shout out to Milk Bar TV on X. Guys, go and give him a subscribe to him. He's an Aussie that is now world famous for making people eat their own words by sharing their own words, especially when it becomes funny and and often uses their own words against them, so plays their words. Sometimes gets them to argue against themselves. He does some great work. So go subscribe to his channel, his X, and you can thank me later. So let's watch how Candace Owens and Ian Carroll has popped out of nowhere in the last year and a half, just spewing his anti-Israel conspiracies that are based on the most nonsense. Let's have a listen to them congratulating themselves just a couple of days ago about basically calling it all.
Apparently, I'm back in time for World War III, and I hate to say that we told you so. By we, I mean me and Ian Carroll. Ian, I mean, it's incredible. And it's looking like we may be going to war, which either I had a crystal ball, you had a crystal ball, could see into the future, or this has been the most obvious and the most planned war in the history of wars.
And we're not the only ones. A lot of people saw it coming. It was clearly the agenda. It's about much bigger things and about destabilizing the region. It's not about the nukes. And so the players that are planning things like this, they're not really concerned with what Trump wants or doesn't want. I think that Trump would be very easily swayed to think all you need to do is show him some intelligence reports, show him some spooky stuff about Iran's stockpile of almost nuclear material and be like, look, they almost have a bomb.
So I trust Tucker beyond, more than any person in politics. The MAGA movement is going to change, okay?
Yeah.
And there's no question about that. Do you have Dave Smith's tweet? Yeah, there's a tweet where he explains, he's talking about the Trump dilemma, and I think it's very well written.
Yeah, Trump is on the edge right now. He's ready to burn his entire legacy to the ground because everything was laid out for him. All he had to do was close the border, deport a bunch of people, and not go to war. And so far, it's failing on all three counts and actually going to the wars we didn't want. And it's really sad.
This is going to be the one of the Candace is right jar, but I'm not. It's not even that I'm right. I'm just paying attention. I'm just paying attention to stuff.
That's the channel Milk Bar TV. But listen, firstly, I just want to say we need to remind everyone of all these people that rallied against Trump not to get involved because of this, because of World War III and how wrong they got it, so that I think the writing's been on the wall with these two for a long while now. But, a lot of people don't understand what's really going on and just gave them way too much blind trust. And this is the first time that it's so obvious and so clear to anyone how wrong they got it. They came out time and time again warning, this is World War III. Trump should not do this. He's going to lose his entire base. They started campaigning against Trump because this was it. This was everything against Trump's, what Trump promised, basically no forever wars and whatever. When if you really are paying attention, like she loves to say, if you really were paying attention, you'd know Trump's campaign for two things: no forever wars and peace through strength, which is exactly what this was.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's coined the perfect term for these groups in America, which he calls panicans, not Republicans, but panicans, because they're just always panicking. And these are extreme examples.
I don't know.
That's Trump's term. Yeah, he put it up online a few months ago. Don't become panicans. I think it was during the tariffs thing, because we had a similar reaction when he was doing the tariffs, right? All these people just losing their minds, and none of that came into fruition like they said it would, right? And this is another example. I don't even know if that other guy, what's his name? I forgot his name for a second. Ian Carroll. I don't even know if he's a Republican or whatnot. He seems more like a hardcore leftist.
Yeah, he's like the American libertarians, which is like the Dave Smith. They're a bit different than here. Yeah. They're more left leaning, but they attach themselves to the Republican Party because there's no place for them, because they're so into conspiracies.
Of course.
So like through COVID, they were very anti all the agenda there, which was definitely not the Democratic Party. So they attached themselves to the Republican Party, and then they gave themselves way too much credit. Like they think that everybody's going to forget, and I'm going to make it my mission to remind everyone, because I don't think these people deserve any credibility. I love the term panicans. I didn't realize Trump was the one that coined it, and that's exactly what
and look, and at the end of the day, they are just commentators, just like you and me. Perhaps they have access to more people and more information because this is circles that they're in. But essentially, they're doing the same thing that we're doing, commentating on things. And it's a lot of it is secondhand information. Even the first-hand information is just looking at, you're seeing all these extreme commentary online of people looking at satellite photos, and it's just a very basic satellite photo, and they're just doing all this analysis from it, right? But you have to think that the powers that be, President Donald Trump, the intelligence agencies, they would have access to much, much more information, even through the Mossad, through Israel, through the intelligence that they've gathered in the country of Iran itself, where they themselves are operating and flying off drones and stuff. Like, you would have to think that those people who are integral and integrated into those countries have access to way more information. So the level of decision making there and the things that they're privy to is on such a different scale to like a Candace Owens. So when they're making these ridiculous claims, right, and it's one thing to criticize the decision that Trump's making, but they're making claims about what's actually happening and what's going on. And there's no way that they could possibly 100% for certain know. So I think, and that's where the fault is, because they're saying it as definitively like, he's made a mistake because of this, and that, and we're 100% sure World War III is going to start. And I don't think analysis, even political commentary, can go that far and that deep. And I think that's where, it's easy for us to catch them out later on now and ridicule them, because a lot of these people today, they just kind of do it with almost every topic. Now, that Ian Carroll guy, he did this with JFK, and he got embarrassed for that as well, where he's saying that JFK was being blackmailed. There's been instances where it's been obvious that these guys just make stuff up a lot of the time because, there's this.
They're driven by agenda. There was
Israel, and there's an Israel derangement syndrome right now where anything that kind of involves Israel, we can kind of add some layer of conspiracy to it, even so far as to attack the president of the United States of America by saying that he's a warmonger, he's going to start a forever war, when that's not been what Trump has been saying at all. If you listen to everything that Trump has tweeted and Trump has said, he has never mentioned boots on the ground. He's only ever talked about being a deterrent against regimes like Iran and doing something that he's always said that he would do, which is to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. And he has used the might and the full force of the US Army with Operation Midnight Hammer, which is a very clever, creative name. I've seen some funny interpretations of Operation Midnight Hammer, as you can imagine. And, and he used the B-2s. He used American weapons. He went in there, he bombed them. No one thought he would do it. The Iranians maybe thought he was bluffing. I don't know. Maybe they thought he would. But he set the record straight around the world. And everyone knows that Trump today is willing to use the American army, the military force that they have, to be a deterrent in the world. And that is not a forever war. That is what you expect from a superpower. And Trump is not afraid to act. You know who's afraid to act? The Chinese and the Russians. The US is actually showing now that they are a force to be reckoned with. And Trump is saying to the world that you mess with our foreign policy and the way that we see things happening in these areas which are of interest to us, we will act. Now, you might not agree with that. You might not like that type of foreign policy, but he's come through on that.
Absolutely. And so I think what's become clear is that these people hate Israel more than they love America. That's a lot of that movement. And they're even willing to throw what they... So Ian Carroll already showed his true colours when he was willing to throw RFK Jr., who he campaigned for the whole MAGA. He was like one of his biggest campaigners, when RFK Jr. as well has always had the stance of pro-Israel. But as soon as he got into office and RFK Jr. said something in support of Israel through the conflict, boom, he turned against him and created conspiracies based on nothing. So, so I think it's important to remember people's agenda, and I think also with the people that were the panicans. Yeah. That you got to remember, like each one, and these ones had a clear agenda because they, a lot of these people were rooting for a lot of they wanted dead Americans, so they can say, I told you so. So they can roll up their base to hate Israel, hate Jews. That was really their objective, and they were really rooting for it. But one thing is, like, I don't know why you would, like, time has shown us, do not bet against Trump, and don't bet against Israel, like betting that Israel will losing. And do not bet against both those things together combined. You're not going to, it's not a winning. So, but with these people, they're so agenda driven. They're so angry at Israel and Jews that they were blinded by that and they saw what they wanted to see. Making such strong calls like this is World War III, I don't know. Like, why would you put your whole career on the line? These are people with big platforms. Either they think that their audience is that dumb they're going to forget and forgive that they got it so wrong, or they're just so blinded by their hate they didn't really think about it or care for the outcome. Time will tell. Anyways, I think that anybody with more than a double-digit IQ now sees them for what they are. I think a lot of people are watching it to watch a train wreck, like she was boasting after that, the biggest numbers she was getting live. I feel like people are watching to go, what are you going to say now after you just predicted World War III and Trump ended up doing the peace through strength thing that he promised us he would do? And, she got worse. We got Candace Owens here when Trump made the announcement in true Trump fashion about the successful mission. She basically tweeted out, a full payload of bombs was dropped, followed by now is the time for peace. Utterly deranged. If we had raised the 100 million Adelson gave him in GoFundMe, maybe he would have kept his promises. Guess we'll never know. So what she's saying here, it's utterly deranged to say now is a time for peace because we came at you with strength. And then what happened next? And then it was her attack on so the insinuation there is Adelson's the Jew. They gave her donated 100 million to the campaign. She's saying we should have raised it and then the Jews wouldn't control it. That's her whole insinuation. But what actually ended...
Yeah, I was going to say that's nuts as well, because if you look at that, how much money did Elon Musk give Donald Trump, right? Maybe more money than Adelson. And look at how that relationship ended. I don't think Trump's been bought by this money that people are giving. It's insane that these kind of statements are being made and always linked back to Israel again. It's just you just got to use some objectivity about the other things which are happening around Trump to know that he is someone that acts on his own accord. And I don't think anyone's kind of in control of Trump. That's why he's so unpredictable. And so what if the US uses its military machine to get objectives done without going into wars? I mean, that would be the best cause of action to have as a deterrent, to be able to bomb some places. I'm just saying, again, I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, but to bomb something and then to avoid a long drawn-out war or another conflict in the region that could cost even more lives is much better than actually getting drawn into a war. So this kind of peaceful world that they're imagining, where you kind of get along with terrorist regimes by ignoring them and letting them do what they want to do, and US just kind of isolationist and stays out of it, it's not easy to do for the United States of America.
They don't believe it. They don't believe. Candace Owens, just look at her a couple of years ago and see what she was saying. She knows the truth about what's going on there, but she's driven by her hate for Israel, and I knew she was she's become ironically deranged, but I didn't realize she was this stupid. It was going to be so look how quickly this has been proven nuts. It's the exact opposite. Trump was right. She was wrong. The fact that he dropped the payload on him, he ended up then demanding peace, and guess what we got? Them begging for peace. So it wasn't utterly deranged. She's just utterly deranged and obsessed with the Jews and Israel and all that she can't see that Trump actually, she should have just sat it out. She should have sat it out, because now she's just been exposed as not only an Israeli hating Jew hater, she's exposed as an idiot and a fraud.
Yeah, and I don't think she cares, sadly, because she's still going on now about this kind of complexity around the ceasefire and the things, small things that we're seeing right now, which are happening, which is to be expected when you're dealing with countries in the Middle East. I'm sorry, we're not dealing with rational players, and this is another reason that countries like Iran should not be able to have nuclear weapons, because they are not rational. Because when they do sign a peace deal or a ceasefire, they might act out on it and still bomb you. That is why you can't trust these kind of countries with nuclear weapons.
And for people watching this, remember what they predicted. Remember what they said was going to happen. It was first, if Israel strikes, it's going to be, thousands of Americans, or it's going to force America into World War III. Then it was, if America strikes, if America joins the fray, it's going to be thousands of Americans dead. And what in fact happened was a theatrical strike that was pre-warned that did nothing. So none of it ever happened. So they cannot be trusted with any of their predictions. They were so sure about it. They were so sure about what the outcome was going to be, and nothing happened. Here, let's watch then her and Ian Carroll crying victim.
Couple of years leading up to this very planned war with Iran. What happened first was a very obvious infiltration of a propaganda war where they just started accusing everyone of anti-Semitism, right? I was a victim of this. First, of course, shout out to Kanye West, went down first over a tweet. And then very quickly we...
Kanye West was a victim of the slur of being an anti-Semite. The guy who's...
Man, I'm a massive Kanye fan in the sense of, like, I've loved his music for a long time, and I will tell you for sure he went off the rails on that stuff. Like, and there was no one pushing him to do it. That was just Kanye being Kanye, and he went off the rails. I mean, he's whatever you think of anti-Semitism, like whatever the crap he was saying was like, if you look at an anti-Semitism definition in the dictionary, you can have Kanye West's picture there.
Exactly,
you know,
and like
so
it's so
no
nuts that he's the one she references to as defense for that. It's not true. I can't be an anti-Semite. First they went after Kanye West. They called Kanye an anti-Semite. That can't possibly be true.
Ended up at Rachel. Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. And I think what they were doing was they were kind of priming the environment for nobody can question anything a Jewish person says or does, or Israel would cease to exist, whatever it is, because they didn't want us to prod this narrative of us needing to come to Israel's aid yet again.
And they elaborated on that narrative with people like you and me and Tucker and lots of other like pundits, people that are commenting on the news. They elaborate on the narrative. So it's not just that you're anti-Semitic or you hate Jews, but you're actually funded by Arab nations. You're funded by terrorists in Qatar, so that hopefully their constituents wouldn't even listen. Because the moment you start listening to what they're saying and you listen to the propaganda that they're spewing, it just does not make any sense. It does not add up.
Over the last couple of years.
The irony of that guy who ties everything to funding. So like, he did a famous video that tied UFC to Jews. So like Jews actually control UFC, and that's why they won't talk about this. And that's why they wouldn't let the Palestinian flag, which they actually ended up letting the guy that draws the loosest lines to pull, but he's suddenly complaining that people are pointing out that Tucker Carlson got this weird big payment from Qatar as soon as he shifted his thing right before he had an interview. I don't actually think all these people are funded by Qatar. I think they're also just funded by the fact that they're getting lots of views. Like, it is very popular today to just be anti-Jewish and anti-Israel. On the internet, it gives you the most clicks. If I did it today, if we did it, we've talked about it. We've had group meetings thinking this would be a good financial move for the oppositional podcast to go anti-Jewish. Imagine me, a former Israeli soldier, can say, oh yes, what I saw. I could do what Jake Shields did. Jake Shields went to Israel, promoted Israel, did all the training. It was like celebrating the IDF. And then when he realized it was more financially beneficial, he turned the other way. So it's not necessarily that you're directly funded by Qatar. Some of them for sure are, because Qatar has deep pockets. You see how much they spend in the US, but not all of them are funded by Qatar. Many of them are funded by either their desperate thing for fame, like they just want to be famous, and it has been an easy step up to fame, but also just like audience capture and the financial benefit of like YouTube ads, for example. Like Candace Owens, she boasts about the amount of views she gets, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with some of these bigger names who are solely relying on their own networks that they're building, whether it's Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Ian Carroll, like the network, the wealth and what they generate is up to them and how many viewers that they can get. They're not being paid by a media organization or whatever. I mean, that comes with problems as well, and that comes with a different type of bias. But it is possible, like when you're trying to build your brand up and stuff, you take a certain view, which is the most popular view in the public that at the moment in terms of, what gets eyeballs and clicks, and you go full on into that. I think the classic example of that most recently, Avi, I don't know if you saw the Hodge twins, got caught up in a bit of a debacle where they had, on X, they had a certain view of America, which is very anti-Trump. Bring that up, because that's a classic example of what we're talking about. So the Hodge twins, these American conservative commentators, so-called, on X, they had very anti-war, anti-Trump rhetoric, questioning the decisions. But on their Facebook posts, it was a complete opposite, praising Trump, praising Israel, and praising the actions. And this is their verified accounts. They've admitted to it as well. But what they did when they admitted to it was they said that, we have some lady who's taking care of our Facebook, and she did that. We got rid of her now, and we're going to sort that out. But there's so many examples of them having these contradicting posts on these different platforms, and that's because it drives engagement.
Yeah, so here you have you had here, this is it. This is what you're talking about. So on X, they wrote, looks like the Panicans were right. Oh, so they're usually, I can't believe I've missed that little, I noticed the word everywhere. I just wasn't understanding where it came from. The neocons got US bombs dropped on Iran for Israel like they wanted. There's nothing exciting about war. The only thing we can do now is pray for peace and pray this doesn't escalate. We are proud that we spoke out against potential war. So this was on X, and at the same time on Facebook, on their verified Facebook account, they wrote, President Trump just unleashed American might, ordering a devastating attack on Iran's nuclear sites at Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, crushing their dangerous ambitions. For 14 years, Trump's been crystal clear. This is they're based on this one. Iran cannot have nukes. And he's followed through with a historic strike that's got the world in awe. A full payload of bombs rained down, and our brave warriors made it home safe. Despite fake news from Axis, claiming Trump might allow Iran's uranium enrichment, he shut that down on Truth Social. We will not allow any enrichment of uranium. Democrats and their media pals are scrambling, crying foul. But patriots, no Trump. No, Trump's keeping America and Israel safe. Iran's been chanting death to America while funding terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. Trump's message, Iran must now agree to end this war. It's time for peace through strength. Like, if you stand with Trump's bold action, comment MAGA to show Iran's who's boss. Share to slap down the Dems' lies. The insanity. How can you ever come back from that?
Well, they've got the perfect one. They said some lady was posting for them, so they're going to get rid of her, and only X should be looked at as their personal opinion. So that's the excuse. But that just shows you the nature of the beast. What we're dealing with these, new age commentators. We had the same problems in the mainstream media with influence by advertising, and during coronavirus, Pfizer were paying advertising to the media companies, and we were all worried about whether that was shaping the opinions of the information about vaccines and lockdowns and so on. And to a large extent, that same thing happens now when you look at these big influencers and the connections that they have, the government connections they have. Tucker Carlson's a great example. The places that he's going, the people that he's meeting, the foreign investments that are happening potentially in his network. What influence does it have on your views? And they're legitimate questions to ask. Even of us, it's a legitimate question that people, of course, all the time, people in our comments, Avi, all the time are questioning your, allegiance to Australia, your Israel past. They're questioning me because I'm friends with you. So the same people that question us for all these little things tend to overlook people like Candace and these other guys because they agree with them on certain views about certain things. So they overlook everything else, and they will go full board into this idea about World War III because these people are saying it. And I think most people have to just exercise a bit more. What's the right word? I've lost the word, but you just need to exercise a bit more thought about the people you listen to and maybe why they're saying things. Critical thinking, yeah, that's it.
So just so we end the Candace part, this was her response after she falsely predicted World War III, and it turned out Trump was doing peace through strength, and it was actually successful. And after she called his plan deranged, she comes back with, I would really love to do an annoying, hate to be a cynic here, guys, but Bibi Netanyahu has called for a regime change, and that means one way or another, there will be one. Perhaps going the favoured coloured revolution route, or Iran violated the ceasefire route, but Bibi doesn't do peace. You can shout in the comments, but be sure to bookmark this tweet at the same time. Don't worry, a lot of people have bookmarked this, and the the comments have not been very kind to her, as that's why she added that line, because she's obviously feeling the pressure from the public, from being honest with yourself. You can see you literally predicted World War III. You said this was the end of the world if we strike, if we get involved. Israel's trying to drag us into World War III, and they've successfully done it, and Trump sold us out, blah, and it's deranged, and it turned out you were wrong. So she realised people looked at her and rightfully questioned her legitimacy, like what everything, like what can we trust? Your predictions are based on nothing but hate. And it's funny what you notice they do, right? They make then predictions that, like I noticed Nick Fuentes does that as well, like predictions that might actually eventuate and go, oh, you know what? You need to bookmark this tweet because, Iran violated the ceasefire. Yeah, they might violate the ceasefire like they just did. So she knows that that's something that can happen. And she go, you see, I told you so. And I bet you she's on Twitter now going, I told you so. They violated the ceasefire. Yeah. Even so, yes, there's probably going to be a bunch of back and forth here and there. That is the nature of ceasefire. Are we going into World War III? There's still no World War III. Talk to me. You know what? Talk to me when World War III kicks off, and then we'll believe you. And whether there's going to be regime change, she's going to say, when the Iranian people rise up because they realize how weak the Islamist regime there is, and there is a regime change, she's going to go, oh, hello, guys. You see, I told you. That's what they wanted. Yep. That's what Netanyahu wanted. It does. Nobody cares. Even if there is a regime change, that was not the prediction that that people are condemning you for. It's a prediction that it was the apocalyptic prediction that this was going to be the end of the world. We're essentially coming to nuclear war. And it's all because of Israel. There might be a regime change. Absolutely. I hope there is. Iran might violate the ceasefire. But I guarantee you now, Iran begged for this ceasefire. So even if they violate it and Israel goes in and bombs them, it's going to be little minor things and it's going to come back to the ceasefire.
Yeah. Look, I think it's valid. It's valid to, question and criticize or have opinions on things like regime changes, especially when the US is involved in the history of the US in these type of things throughout, even in Iran itself. So there's a bit of history there, of course. So it's valid to question these things and make a point of it. But I think if you look at the truth of some of the things and the statements which are being made, I have not seen, very direct calls for regimes and to change in the sense that we are going to do this for regime change from either Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. All I've seen is, especially from Bibi, him saying that, the ingredients are there if the people want to do it. We would like you to do it. Like, we think this is a great opportunity for you to do it, but not so much to the extent of saying that we are coming to do regime change in your country. No, I think most serious people realize that regime change in Iran, with all the demographics and the dynamics of the people and everything, the history of that place, it can only really come through the people. And there is a push within Iranians. There's about 9 million of them who are outside of the country. And I listen to a lot of the things that they're talking about on spaces and so on. And there's a wide contingent of people who are, some people say are the monarchists, who support the Shah's son, what's his name, Reza Pahlavi, as to go into Iran and lead the people when and if a regime change happens. But I think it's coming from within that group of people and hopefully internally. And what the US is doing, because Trump recently said, make Iran great again. Again, people misinterpreted that as Trump saying we're going to go do regime change in the country. No, that's just Trump being Trump. He's saying if there's a possibility and regime change means that Iran will be a greater country, then let's make Iran great again. But he himself cannot do that. It is up to the people of Iran. And I think that's always been clear. Now, if Iran keeps pushing and the US has to bomb them a little bit more and Israel has to bomb them more for whatever reason, and that collapses the regime that's in there right now of Khomeini, sure, they might be helping that happen, but it's just a byproduct of the conflict that's happening right now, and it is what it is. There's no certainty. There's no certainty that regime changes on the cards. Even now, it looks like the IRCG still has all the cards in terms of controlling the people within the country. Like, they have a 40-year-old infrastructure of oppression and terror within that country that it makes it hard for people to rise up in the way that they did in other places like Libya and stuff. We're not seeing that in Iran.
And it's so funny, people like Candace Owens, who went on about COVID tyranny and all that, but somehow she's happy with. She doesn't want the people of Iran, like, if the people in Iran rise up to the, far worse tyranny than we even saw here. Like, these people get bashed and put in jail and killed for daring not to wear the hijab or whatever it is. And people that dare stand, condemn or rally against the government. But it's no secret. Israel obviously wants regime change. But that, for them, that's the ultimate success, not of the mission, but the ultimate success, because they get to have a relationship with another Middle. There's no way Israel can have a relationship with Iran. So, as it states now, prior to 79, they did have one. There was a good relationship between Iran and Israel. And there's a long history between the Jews in the Middle East and Iran. So, there's no one's making a secret that they don't want that. They don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a comment in the comments. Christina, she's written, both Israel and Trump have said they want regime change. Where do you get your news? This is the thing that this is what Candace and stuff plays off. This kind of basic understanding of what that is. Everyone in the Western world do not, for a long time, do not want the Islamic regime in Iran.
Mullahs,
in that the mullahs, that no one in the West wants them because of this nuclear issue, for one, and then secondly because of the oppression of their people. Now,
and their jihadi aspirations. They're an Islamic state.
And there are many oppressive regimes all around the world, and the West does not care about them. But because Iran messes with the West's interests, in particular the USA, they would love for there to be a regime change. But to say that they're actually trying to implement that and make that happen is not true in that sense at the moment right now. They would of course love a regime change. I mean, I would love for the people of Iran to be free from that Islamic regime and be a wonderful, thriving country that we can visit, that they can visit us. Why are you so against that?
Why are you against regime change? I get it. Like, if you're listening to these commentators who have an agenda, by the way, remember, like, look at everything from their perspective. Everything is either anti-Israel or anti-Jew. Why are you against regime change? Because what, you think that some terrorist is going to take their place? Dude, they're a pack of terrorists now. It's not like Assad.
And
it's not like
I was going to say, me personally, like, if the Iranian people don't take this opportunity and don't change their regime and the government, well, it's on them. At the end of the day, it's on the people. Like, if they're not willing to spill blood and do what is necessary to change their country's destiny and their future, well, it's on them. Like, this is probably one of the best chances they've had in all the years that they've tried in previous decades. And if they don't do it now, well, I mean, I'm sad for it, but it is on them. And you can't have the rest of the world try to change your regime. We're not there yet. Where that's the case right now.
The reason people want regime change is for the people of Iran to have freedom, and also for us to be able to actually have a relationship with the people in Iran. I would love to be able to travel to Iran. It's a place with thousands of years history. Like, who doesn't want to go there? And they've got amazing food culture. I've got family that are Persian Jews. Persian Jews have been around from the beginning. So, of course, we want regime change. But I don't think Israel or America should put boots on the ground to implement it, because it has to come from the people. But for their sake and our sake, I hope they succeed. Now, let's just do quickly a few super chats, and then we move on to the next one.
This is from Lady Patience. Thanks for the super chat. Avi, you got to read this one.
Shalom, shalom, Avi. That means hello, or peace, peace. That's like a salam. Would you consider reading Isaiah 53 in your own time? Would I consider reading it when I have free time? I wouldn't. I'm not against it, but why? Why Isaiah 53? I think I'll have to look it up to see what you're trying to tell me. But I'm not like a particularly religious person. We're not going to go through that again. But I appreciate the super chat. Here we go, your mate. Welcome back to the stream.
Thanks, Cruel Intentions. I must say I have enjoyed seeing all the I was wrong posts from the influencers who turned on Trump today. There has been a few who have actually come out and said, I was wrong.
Yeah, not many.
I think Rob Schneider did it.
Rob Schneider did, but there wasn't many. And I've got a bunch lined up, which it was funny to see their backpedaling. But yeah, I have enjoyed watching the I was wrong. A lot of them are too proud and full of it to actually admit they were wrong. So they're backpedaling in weird different ways. Like we saw with Candace Owens, her position, she just shifted. But it's like, you can't get away from the fact that you said World War III was starting. That's all our problem is. I don't care about all your other Jew hatred and all your. You said World War III was going to happen if America came into it, because Israel dragged him into another forever war. It didn't happen. So you were wrong. That's it.
Yeah.
She's got zero credibility. That's the point here. And that's what I want people to remember, is like, these people have zero credibility. And you can say the same for me. Like, if I make a big call about something so confidently, you can say it to me. You can play it in my face every single day. And that's what that's what I find crazy about these people. Like, why would you so brazenly and confidently make these big calls that, at best, even if you believe it's going to happen, like, there's a big chance it won't. So why wouldn't you come at it going, this is the threat? You know, it may very well not happen, but I'm scared that this could happen. But they didn't say it like that. They go, if Trump does this, this is going to happen. This is World War III. Israel's trying to drag us into World War III. This is potentially nuclear war. These people have zero credibility because it's driven by hate. And it's weird to me when people jumped in late, when it was obvious they were going to lose. When it was obvious that Israel was already winning the war. Why would you jump on that narrative against Trump?
Yeah, definitely. This is from Corza Braz. Thanks for the super chat. If World War III is to break out with Iran and Israel, who is China hitting first, Australia or Taiwan, you think? That's my only fear. If America gets too busy elsewhere, it leaves us and Taiwan wide open for China. I mean, this is a hypothetical. Obviously, the whole time we've been saying that we don't think that this has ever been a possibility because of this conflict. But, China's interest, I think, would lie firstly in Taiwan before somewhere like Australia, to be completely realistic. Australia, I don't know.
Why would that come for us? They already own us.
Yeah, what the initial advantage would be. And I've seen posts like today on X, people saying, well, with Trump, this is from the lefties, I'm guessing, with Trump, being a warmonger and stuff, doesn't it make more sense for Australia to make an alliance with China rather than America? Because they're our biggest trading partner. So, like, we are already beholden, many of us in this country, to this way of thinking. So it is that China doesn't have to attack us necessarily.
Yeah, I think for us, it's good that Trump has actually stood up and demanded peace through strength, showing that he'll follow through on his work, unlike Obama, who promised all the red lines, and then when somebody crossed it, he was like, oh, well, same as Biden. They never actually backed up their threats, whereas Trump not only backed up his threat, he said, up to 2 weeks, 2 days later struck. So he's shown he's willing to strategically do what needs to happen to get the job done. And the job, remember, is two things that he promised. Just keep remembering that. Don't listen to all the noise around Trump, especially in this period, because we've been saying this to you the whole time, and now we're the ones, not them. We're the ones that get to tell you, I told you so. Trump always said peace through strength. He said Iran must never get hold of nuclear weapons. And so the peace through strength and the no forever wars, to be able to get that last objective that they could never get a nuclear thing, he did what had to be done. And these losers all have egg on their face. Yeah.
And it's not just Trump, right? It's Obama. You can find many videos of Obama saying that Iran should never get nuclear. That's the red line.
He had that red line.
Multiple, almost every U.S. administration, since this has been a problem, has said this will never happen. And Trump has actually gone about and done something about it and bombed. We'll know through time how effective it's been, because a rogue state like Iran is not something that, in its current form would maybe easily give up on this, and they'd try to find other ways, maybe restart their program, maybe it's just going to delay it, right? It's not the end of their ambitions as such if the same regime stays there. But it does put the US in a different posture when it comes to these countries. And I think that's important because for a long time it's been appeasement, and it's no longer that. It is pure deterrence, and it's a willingness to do something about it. And I think Trump had a great opportunity to actually do the bombings, and he did it in terms of, the air superiority that the Israelis had given over that airspace. It was such a safe bet and a safe option to send those B-2 bombers in, Midnight Hammer, and I love that name, and to drop those bombs on their sites. Like, which US president, given those conditions, would not do that? Can you imagine if he had not done that, and 2 years from now, Iran comes out and says, "Oh, we've enriched enough uranium or whatever, or we've got a nuclear warhead"? Can you imagine all the people saying, "Oh, Trump had an opportunity to do something, but he didn't do it"? So it's never going to be a win-win for Trump. But I think he made a decisive, courageous decision at that point to strike. And history again, we'll find out in a couple of years how this all plays out.
Abby, another. She's one of our most generous super chatters, I got to say.
Thanks, Abby.
We love Abby.
Abby says, do you think Candace would support sending troops to fight for Palestine? It would never happen, but I feel like she'd back a war for that. I think she would support that.
I actually genuinely think she would, because that's what's important here, is to know what is driving the agenda behind her commentary. And the agenda is not that she is all about a lot of these guys. It's not what they claim that they're all about peace. It's not that they're these amazing Christians that care about Christian lives, because if they did, they would like Israel in the Middle East. It's none of that. And so, yeah, I do truly believe she would support that if she had a chance. And in fact, you remind me now, so I'm just pulling up this video that that was also part of what Candace was advocating for in this period that she was predicting World War III. This is what she was saying. Let's pull this up.
LG19 writes, serious question, will there be jobs or community military members can join when I get a dishonorable discharge for not contributing to delete people or my body for the interests of a certain foreign nation benefit? I love this question. I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda, and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives. And ask yourselves, for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers. And I would have said a few weeks ago that Trump would never do that to you. He would never just throw you into an Israeli war. But right now, our planes are flying in the sky, and things are going nuclear. So I don't have that confidence anymore. And I'm comfortable with people being dishonorably discharged because the dishonor has come from our politicians. The dishonor has come from our politicians who routinely lie in our faces and are willing to let us die to serve their financial interests. So why don't they dishonorably discharge themselves from public office?
It's actually, I forgot how important that clip was, but she's recommending there that US servicemen refuse orders and get dishonorably discharged because Trump was essentially going ahead with his campaign of peace through strength that he always campaigned for, only because of a hate for Jews and Israel. That's it.
I will tell you for sure now. If it was, let's say it was some other country, like I'm just going to pick a random country, let's say Myanmar, that was causing issues for the US and they're trying to make nukes in this exact moment right now, and Trump said he's going to bomb them and stuff, none of these people would be saying a thing. No. They would be supporting it. They would be all up in let's go do it. USA, all these kind of commentators. The biggest issue here is that the perception that Trump is doing the bidding of Israel, he's helping Israel. But, these interests are connected. The US interest in that region with Iran is deep and long. They've had a long history with that place. and they have a massive interest in controlling what Iran is doing in that region because they see it as a destabilizing force. And I think Qatar, Saudi Arabia, all the other Middle Eastern countries see Iran as a problem as well. They don't say it in the same terms, but they would also like stability in that region because all those other countries they're thriving. They're doing great. It's peaceful. People can travel there. They have, international airlines, international businesses. They're investing all around the world. It is Iran, which is this pariah. It's this backwards place, in this theological Islamic regime that really is like a hermit kingdom almost, besides the fact that they can travel to parts of the Middle East and other nations which support their oppression of their people. Besides that, what's happening there? I mean, that is a great historical, ancient people, part of the world that has contributed so much to world history that has been shut off for 40 years because of this religious, extremism in that place.
Yeah.
And it's just held that area back for so long, and everywhere else is thriving. So, why is anyone in the West supporting that kind of thing? It makes no sense. Like, how can you support on one hand freeing Palestine, saying that they're being oppressed in this open-air prison? How can you have that view and then not look at Iran and see it for exactly almost the same thing if you believe in that? I mean,
because
that is the issue.
The same thing driving the Free Palestine movement is driving the pro-Iran movement, because it's not about freeing Palestine and it's not about supporting Iran under attack. It's literally just about hating Israel or Jews. That is it. That's the driving force. They can code it however they want, but that's what drives at least the commentators. I think they've fooled a lot of people until now. I think they've, like a lot of Candace Owens fans and Tucker Carlson fans, were fooled by the rhetoric. They took it on face value. They believed her because they trusted her. They trusted Tucker that they're just talking about, they don't want World War III to happen, and they're much smarter and they can see the bigger picture much easier than, the person watching it. And they could see that if we go ahead with this, we're all going to die for Israel. Or our children, what do they say? They're my kids. I don't want my kids. Tucker says, I don't want my kids dying for Israel. Like, that was the rhetoric. And now is the first time we've clearly been able to see that none of that's true. And none of your predictions are true. And you're not even willing now to say, I'm sorry, this was actually a really good move by Trump to not only help our ally, but also bring a bit more stability and peace to the Middle East and to our allies, to not just Israel, but our other allies in the region and our bases in the region and our interests in the region.
Yep.
Ellen.
Ellen, I'll read Ellen's. Why does Candace hate Jews so much? I think that's a very... we've been asking that throughout.
Yeah. Look, on a very surface level, I think a lot of it has to do with she's got, the scorn of a woman after she broke up with Ben Shapiro. She turned into a raging anti-Semite. That's what I feel like happened.
Yeah. Something happened there, definitely.
As her relationship deteriorated. Like, she got every step up she got in her media career was all Jews. Everyone she worked for before she went out on her own was always Jews. It was Jews that gave her an opportunity. And then, then obviously she feels burned. What was the comment you wanted to read?
No, someone just said, there's so many other extremist religious countries, we don't bomb them. The difference is Iran keeps threatening to blow up the rest of us. They keep threatening, they keep funding other terrorists.
Which other, give me an example of another country, another regime that holds mass rallies in which they chant death to America, because let's talk about America's involvement in this, that chant death to America and also explicitly are aiming to achieve a nuclear weapon so that they could carry out some sort of attack, whether it's on America or on American assets or allies, whatever it is. Show me another example of that, and then, maybe I'd agree with you that we need to do something about it, but there isn't. And you've got to also remember that the aspirations of Iran is dominance of the Middle East. It's so funny that all the people that call Israel a colonial state ignore the colonization by Iran. Look at all their proxy groups that are trying to colonize things.
Yeah, and someone said North Korea as an example, but what happened with Korea is very complicated, and that whole North Korea, South Korea, the Korean War, involvement of China, and the fact that they do have this capacity has made them into a problem. So why would you want to introduce more problems like that into the world when you have, that regime in Korea? And even the Korean regime is a lot more, they're kind of controlled by China to the extent of not messing with world interests because it impacts China
and
to
they're
that
not
extent.
and they're also not driven by a 7th century backward caveman ideology. That's it. That's the big difference here, is that you got to remember, like, what their belief as well is, that they're willing to go at the end of the day. They have such faith in this jihadi terrorist ideology that when it comes to the end of it, like, North Korea still wants to survive. Kim Jong-un doesn't want to die. But North Korea, when push comes to shove at the end, on the final day, if it's like between their survival, like if we're, and also like North Korea, there's nothing much we can do now because they have a nuke. But imagine Iran was in that position where they have a nuke and there's nothing much you can do. And if you push them into a corner like we have now, instead of coming to a peace agreement, they would go, nah, screw you. I'm going to die and I'm going to take you out with me by starting a nuclear war. That's the danger here. They are far more likely to use a nuke than anyone else.
Yeah, definitely. I think North Korea is a Chinese proxy. They're controlled by China to a large extent. They guarantee their place. And some of the comments I'm reading from people, they make some good points. Like, they can hardly fund their own country and their own people in North Korea in terms of funding terrorism in the region. It's less likely to happen from North Korea. So Iran is a very different place. Like you said, it's a very different type of extremism, and it's a very different threat to the West. They do fund terrorism all around the world to attack Western institutions, and they hate our way of life. Make no mistake. They hate our way of life. They hate the West. And they hate everything we believe in. And if they could, they would. That's the other issue. They would. They would definitely use those nukes if they could.
Yes, but it would be a suicide mission, and unlike the Iranians, they're not willing to die for it. So we can control it as much as we can at this point. If Iran was in that position, we couldn't. And also, you know what? Maybe we should have done something with North Korea before they got hold of nukes.
It's too late. Yeah, it's almost too late now. I mean,
well, it is too late. They have nukes.
Yeah. Varan, thanks again for the super chat. Trump is cruel for making the extreme left buy more flags. Gay pride, Palestine, Mexican, and Iranian. Which flag next?
I saw Mark Latham actually made that point, which is pretty funny.
Okay.
It was very funny. That is unfair.
Sam D, thanks for the super chat. When Candace quotes Dave Smith or Kanye to add authority to her opinion, laugh. Yeah, it's insane. Kanye of all people. I mean, he's a musician. Dave Smith, I guess, is a comedian. Doesn't matter. They can have opinions on world politics. Kanye, of course, doesn't really get involved in the deep political arguments. He just has obviously deeply held beliefs about the people who are controlling him and things like this. But yeah, I don't think they're an authority.
And he's a complete nutcase. Like, it's clearly. He's deranged. She loves to call people deranged, but she's supporting deranged people. She's referring to them as Sam says here, to add authority to her quote. And Dave Smith. The funny thing is, she's using Dave Smith, where Dave Smith has also got everything wrong. Dave Smith was an anti-Trumper the whole time. He's been pushing for Trump to be impeached for years. He just had a short break when he realized that the libertarian popular position was to support Trump for those few months. But Dave Smith was an anti-Trumper.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's go, Spets. Thank you for the super chat.
This is from Spets. Thanks again. Only ones against the regime change in Iran are the ones that never had to struggle in life. Unfortunately, I don't think enough damage has been inflicted to give Iranians enough courage to go for it. I think, I've been listening to all these Iranians speaking all around the world who kind of hold these space because, for them, it's a massive thing that's happening. I mean, we look at it from the context of, Israel, Iran, and the US involvement, and the West will be involved. For Iranians, for a lot of them, it's about their freedom and their families, and they've not been back for 40 years, whatever. They want their country back, right? For a lot of these people, and I think I've noticed them take great offense to the fact that there are people in the West, especially these leftists, and now even people like Candace and stuff, that do not whatsoever care about what their struggle is. what's happened to their people, the oppression that they've suffered. And these are, of course, issues that we've been documenting in the West for a long time, like the issue with hijabs and women being targeted for showing their hair. And there's many standout cases where we've known these women have been targeted and murdered in these prisons or hung through the government. And this is a very real thing for these Iranians who are living around the world that want to see their country free. And there's statistics like 80% of the people in Iran also don't like the regime, but they're living under it because it's a very highly orchestrated, controlled, very well organized regime that's implemented itself into that country in a way that's almost hard to undo. So these people take great offense, Avi, at the things that people outside of their country that have nothing to do with, they're not Iranian or anything, that are saying like, oh, well, they don't need regime change, or, oh, well, they can deal with it, or the mullahs are great for them, and all this stuff. They're really offended.
Yep.
Baz the Dark Horse, thanks, mate. This is for you, Avi.
Avi, it's not about the Jews and your space lasers. The left hates the West. They hate Israel, America, and Australia. I agree with you that I think the focus that we've had here tonight. So the West has always the left has always hated Israel, for many of the reasons why they hate Australia. In fact, it's the same arguments. But it's this new phenomena of people who claim to be from the right that are making a lot of the leftist arguments, and a lot of the MAGA crowd who have proudly isolationist, who have started acting like they're anti-war and like their narrative. So there's been this shift on the right which I think clearly it's been proven now actually in the last couple of weeks, where polls show after Trump strikes, where polls showed in MAGA it was overwhelmingly supported, but online, if you were just living in the online echo chamber, you would have thought that the MAGA movement is all against Trump. He's going to crash in the midterms or whatever it is, but it's not actually true. But there is clearly a big shift in the pundit community online, from the fringe right, the Candace Owenses, the Tucker Carlsons, the who else are we talking? The Hodge twins, like all these examples that we're giving, that have taken this stance of anti-Israel, and it's gotten worse and worse over the last since October 7, and it's become like anti-Jewish. So much of their rhetoric it morphs into anti-Jewish. Some of them are just anti-Israel, but a lot of them. Then when you're actually watching and some of them are blatantly anti-Jewish, they become anti-Jewish, and some of them are coded anti-Jewish. Like Candace will talk about Jews every single day, but she won't name them as Jews. She'll give them all other sorts of weird names like Frankists and all these other groups. So there is a problem with Jew hating on the right now. There just is. And that's who we're discussing tonight. We're not really focused on the left.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at more so from the right side of it, and how that schism's kind of come about. But like you said, like a lot of the polls that were taken of just general people out in the public, overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump and his stance. I think his popularity is up as well. And they just see him as a confident president who is, working in America's interests. I think they see him following through with the things that he says he will do. No ordinary people is trying to look so deep into every little thing that he said, and what Benjamin. Now they're not looking in that way. Whereas commentators, obviously, they delve deep into it. But again, the problem with Candace and these other guys, like you've said, Avi, is that they have this other angst against Israel, which is clouding their judgment, and it just shows through, plain as day.
Just a couple more super chats, and we'll get back to making fun of them.
Abby King, thanks again, Abby, for the super chat. Any chance you could add a poll to each podcast? Would love to see where your listeners stand on the complex topics. That's a good idea. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mixed comments. I mean, I try to bring some of them up and give our answers to them, but yeah, sure, people are entitled to their different views on the things we're saying.
I like the idea, Abby. We'll think about a way to do it, even if we do it on a third, like even if we just do it on X or something. I don't know. It's a bit hard because how do you control it that it actually becomes from people watching the show? If I just do it on there, we'll have to think about it. I do love the idea. Okay, there's one super chat for you here.
Super chat. Thank you for Lucky Lou. Israel conquers by deception. How about all the Israel's nukes? P.S. Left versus right is fake and gay. Also, yeah, everyone watch Nick Fuentes.
Yes, if you want to watch somebody who got everything bloody wrong in this one, Nick Fuentes is the perfect example of someone who got every single thing wrong, and that's driven by hate of Jews. So if you want more of Candace Owens, maybe a more blatant version of Candace Owens, someone that doesn't use coded language when they're talking about Jews, when they just say the Jew, and in fact his problem with Candace Owens is that she refuses to name the Jew, then go watch Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a video of him that's kind of doing the rounds now, saying, "Oh, look, he predicted everything. He called the fact that when Hamas attacked, October 7th happened, that the end result of this could be that Israel attacks Iran." But the thing is, so many commentators were talking about the same themes and concepts because obviously Hamas is an Iranian proxy, and that could be the end result, that the wider conflict could come about. But there's so many people who are either wanting to believe in these things, that the superiority of these kind of commentators, or either they're low IQ, I'm sorry to be offensive, that they take this as the holy grail of political commentating, and it's not. It's stuff that academics and people have been saying for years and years now. It's just playing out now in the real world. Like a lot of these things, a lot of the scenarios which are happening, if you look at the bombing of that the weapons place, that's been war gamed, I think 10, 15 years ago. They've been planning for these instances to happen because it was always a possibility that we would be at this point. It's just you're living through history right now, and it's actually happening. And we have a president in Donald J. Trump who's actually doing some of the things that no other president would do. So we're in this kind of historical moment. It is a historical moment if you think about it, what we're living through right now. 20, 30, 40 years from now, this moment in time will be studied as a pivotal moment in the Middle East, and of course in international politics and geopolitics as well.
And that example that he gives about Nick Fuentes predicting it all, the video that you refer to, is the same sort of example that we were giving Candace. So basically, these people, what they do is they predict a likely outcome. Like in Nick Fuentes' case, where he goes, when October 7 happened, he goes, this is going to end up in Iran, with a war in Iran, when it's clearly, like everyone knows, Hamas was a proxy. Hamas is funded by them. Hezbollah was getting involved. I think it was after Hezbollah going. So it's clear that it was all run by Iran. So it's a very legitimate thing that it's going to end up in war with Iran. And when it does finally, after a year and a half, end up in Iran, goes, I told you so. Candace Owens is doing it about, you'll see there'll be a regime change. So I wasn't actually wrong. There'll be a regime change one way or another. So she's predicting something that may very well come true. And then she'll go, I told you to screenshot it. She'll share that when there's a regime change. She'll share that tweet and go, I told you.
Yep.
But you got the main part wrong. Nick Fuentes got the main part wrong. Nick Fuentes, like Candace Owens, predicted World War III if America got involved. So,
and people are saying he's a smart guy and stuff. Look, for all the bad things about Nick Fuentes, he's actually a smooth operator, and he's actually doing better out of all these guys because he's not coming across as deranged. To be fair. Nick Fuentes, he's not coming across as deranged as a Candace.
As long
he
as
is. He's just smarter with his delivery, and he's very clear about the things that he's saying and why he's saying those things. Whereas Candace tries to hide it in some type of deep.
He is honest.
He's honest.
He is
Nick
direct.
Fuentes is honest.
So when you watch him, there is no confusing who he's talking about, and that's the difference.
No.
Like he'll just say the truth, and that's why I respect it more. I respect Nick Fuentes much more than I respect Candace Owens. Candace Owens is a deceiver. She's a liar. She's actually just a lefty. She's a grifter. He's also a grifter, but he's actually just says, and he's consistent in his message, that everything just is the Jew. He'll get angry at her. I've seen him getting angry at her for not actually just calling the Jew. All right, let's go.
Mr. The Art of War, cool nickname. The West are hypocrites. That's why the world is turning against the West, because of the hypocrisy. Not all Jewish anti-genocide. There is a difference. Yeah, look, the West has been hypocrites for a long time. Many of the world outside of the West would call the West hypocrites. In Sri Lanka, I'm here at right now, a lot of Sri Lanka views the West as hypocrites because they have different relationships, and they've seen, for instance, actions of the West which have been aggressive, like Middle Eastern wars, and things that Trump has also rallied against, like the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Trump has come out very hard against those things, and it's a legitimate position to have. Criticize the West and the policies that we've had for decades and decades. But I believe Trump is someone that is different, and that is why a lot of people support him. A lot of people around the world, a lot of conservatives around the world, a lot of the right wing around the world support someone like President Trump because he's very clear about what he believes in, what the role of the West should be, which is as a superpower. Like if you're living in the West, if you're living in America or these Western countries, and you think that we should not be a superpower, what are you doing? We have to be in this mind frame to survive in this world, because these other countries, they would jump into that vacuum, into that space. So you have to be postured in this position, and it's the reality of the world that we live in. So, and I think Trump works within that reality, and he understands that for America to be in the position it is, and for them to achieve the goals domestically and with their foreign policy, that they have to be this way. You cannot be a country that appeases these other, insignificant places like Iran, for instance. Like if they're acting up, you teach them a lesson. Like you have to be in that mind frame, and you got to control Russia, China in this way as well by being showing strength, peace through strength. I think that really works in the current Trump administration.
And with your line here, not anti-Jewish, anti-genocide, there is a difference. Yes, I actually agree that there are many good people that have fallen for the narrative, whether it's watching too much of the idiot box on TV at night or watching idiots on their phones like Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes or whatever, that have been convinced that there is some sort of genocide. There is no genocide. Yeah, so there is a difference though. I do believe that there are a lot of good people that have been drawn in by the repeated lies from so many angles. When you're getting bombarded with lies from the TV and then your favorite commentator and all these people with different agendas, then I can see that if you're absorbing all of that and then you actually believe that there's a genocide, that you're going to be anti-genocide and you don't actually hate Jews. But there is no secret that a lot of that agenda is being pushed, at least, by people who just hate Jews. And so they're helping amplify it, which is convincing more people that there is more good people that there is just a genocide and I'm against the genocide. There's no genocide. I'm sorry to break it to you. There's no actual genocide happening. You want to know what a genocide... Like, that war going on in Gaza could end tomorrow if they just gave back the hostages and they lay down their arms. That's all. Show me another genocide where somebody could just release hostages and lay down their arms and then the war is over.
Yeah, I mean, Hamas has been in control of the destiny of that region since they, decided to do that attack. They've had the cards in terms of having those hostages, and they've prolonged it over a long period of time. And unfortunately, civilians and innocent people have been caught up in the middle. You get glimpses of resistance from Gaza, from people being filmed where they're saying what they really think. But, Hamas runs a tight ship. It's waning now, obviously. In terms of, what a genocide is, what constitutes genocide, it's going to be debated till kingdom come. Today, everything, any time a conflict happens around the world, one side will come out and say people are being genocided. But I think there is a broader understanding and a definition of what that is, and maybe sometimes we've lost that. Definitely, there's horrific things which are happening. I would say, Avi, there's things which may amount to war crimes that need to be looked at from both sides. These are all real things, but the claims that people make from the start, this ludicrous claims from the Hamas Department of Health or whatever that we were getting about the figures and things, like it's just all over the place. And when you're looking at the statistics today, it's just a very unfortunate, tragic war that doesn't really need to happen in the way that it's happening. And like you said, they've not released the hostages, and to this day, we're still getting the dead bodies of hostages from that region. And I think the world would have taken a very different stance against Israel if Hamas had released those hostages. They would be in a very different position.
Even if they release it now, there'll be less support, even from America. And look, I hear you. I think that individual cases of criminal acts in war, there definitely will be. There's soldiers that are bad apples. But the difference between something like Hamas, whose entire charter is a war crime, is genocidal, is calling for the annihilation of the other side, compared to the Israeli army, which is it's a citizen army, but it is guided by the rule of law. And if somebody, there are people that go to jail in the Israeli army when they commit war crimes. And so I think you'll be surprised how often it actually happens. It's been a horrible war, and I hope it ends sooner rather than later. Trust me, I rather more than most people. I'll
give you a fun fact. So, Sri Lanka, there's a civil war. Same kind of issues happened towards the end of the civil war of 25 years against the LTTE and the Sinhalese army here in Sri Lanka. And at the end of that, the closing part of that war, this is a war that was won by the Sinhalese army. They estimate, 20,000, 40,000 people might have died in that kind of place where they were using human shields, which is what this Sri Lankan army says. The other army says they were targeting civilians. And look, no doubt there were war crimes, there were issues like this. It was actually taken to the UN and places like this. You know who supported Sri Lanka, saying that there was no war crimes that happened during that time? Iran. The same countries that say that there's genocide happening in Palestine right now, and the same claims are brought up against the Sinhalese government, the Sri Lankan government. Iran said no, it wasn't a genocide. So this is the complexity of geopolitics and the way that these numbers and these things are used.
That's interesting.
To stop fights and stop wars. So, I mean, it's been happening throughout history. There's definitely been very provable cases of what would rise to a genocide. Right now, with what's available, the facts, everything that's available, I don't think it rises to that standard. But, of course, people will argue about it, and they're entitled to argue about it and make cases for it in international courts, and that's what's happening. So those things are happening. People say that we're not talking about these issues in terms of the world is turning a blind eye to it and stuff. No, it's been discussed in the international court. It's been discussed everywhere. It's just people have different interpretations of it, and they're fighting over it.
Hold on, I think I've done something. All right. Okay. I like this Lukey Lou. He's smashing you with super chats tonight, and I think he just hates me, but I appreciate it. Keep the super chats coming to Rukshan, who well earned. We've got another one from 007.
That Roger Moore, does Avi have a secret ties to Henry Wheeler? Do you? I don't know who Henry Wheeler is.
I have no idea who Henry Wheeler is. Who is it? You don't know?
I don't know.
I googled it trying to see if I can get more information, but there's nothing. Hold on, I think I just. Okay, you might have to explain in another super chat what that is. Go. There's another one.
Let me read this one. Cruel intentions. What people fail to understand is that the fighting the IRGC is not about World War III. It's a war that was begun 1,400 years ago when Islam was invented. Well, I mean, yeah, the land of Persia itself was, I guess, conquered. There was the people that were there. They were not Muslim or anything like that. There was mostly, I think, Zoroastrian. So yes, you can take conflict back a long time, but when we look at the left today, the modern left, for instance, that love to take Australian history back 60,000 years, they don't want to even take the Middle East history back 2,000-3,000 years because it gets very messy and complicated when you look at the history of the world in that lens. So that's a good, interesting observation there by Cruel Intentions. This is another super chat from Mr. Prime Suspect 01. Machan, good Australian born in Jaffna, but this great country has given everything freedom, opportunity, and doesn't care what ethnic group I am. Aussie. So yeah, he's born in Jaffna. So he was born in the place where the war in Sri Lanka was at its most highest. That was the LTT stronghold that they held for a long time.
That's what you want.
Well, I mean, look, Avi, there's a civil war here. It ended, I think, 2008. You can travel all around Sri Lanka. There's Sinhalese Tamil people living side by side. A lot of the people working in these
is a Sri Lankan Christian.
If he was born in Jaffna, he's more likely to be Tamil.
It says Christ.
He could be a Christian. He could be a Tamil Christian.
Oh, do Tamils also have? What's their religion predominantly?
Predominantly Hindu. So they're from Tamil Nadu. I mean, Sri Lanka was a part of the Indian Empire at one point. So it's like there's this intermixing throughout history of different ethnicities and different groups. But yeah, like it's a peaceful country. There's problems. Obviously, there's still issues from that war and stuff, but people are getting on and living together. And that's kind of what you want, even in an Israel-Palestine type situation where people can live together. This whole idea about having separate states and things like this, I don't know, it's a different situation completely. the West seems to meddle in these things and interfere to such an extent where the natural course of things doesn't really, play out.
We just got two more quickly, and then we'll go on.
Paul Sheehan says Trump just added stability. Stock market hit a new all-time high today. Iran's response was so embarrassing. How can they claim it as a success?
I know.
Yeah, and I think even the moment this the price of oil actually dropped as well. Like that was one of the biggest things that people were talking about. But
they were predicting you're gonna
$30
you can blame the Jews for expensive petrol. That's literally what they were saying, and none of it happened. Nothing. But it was embarrassing. Their response. It's just like I don't even know why they bother. Like if they're gonna lie to their own people, they could have just lied. Why do they have to do this fake attack that seriously everyone's mocking?
Yeah,
I watch Al Jazeera just to hear although Al Jazeera was calling it the counterattack, so maybe they were maybe they rely on their citizens watching Al Jazeera. Old mate's giving you a big one now, just to go on some rant about Jews. Go on,
the Star of David does not appear in any Jewish or Christian religious scripture, nor are its origins clearly documented in historical records. For deeper insight, research the Star of Rempan, the Daily Moloch, and the Seal of Solomon.
Yeah, it's true. The Star of David it was never traditionally like a religious Jewish symbol. It's no one claims it's a Jewish religious symbol. It's I don't actually know the history, but it became kind of like the symbol for Jews. I don't know when it first came. Oh, I can look it up.
Someone asked me a question. Rukshan, did you say the West interfered? What do you think is happening in Iran? I mean, it's a bit different. I mean, no one in Sri Lanka was saying, they're going to bomb, funding terrorism that impacts the rest of the world, or saying death to America, things like this. So internal conflicts within a country, sometimes the people in that country, can solve those issues as well. I think the West does meddle a lot in a lot of international things that they shouldn't meddle in, but sometimes it is helpful as well to have that pressure from outside. I think, next week, Avi, the Rwandan or some other 2 African nations are meeting in the White House with President Trump to sign a peace deal. I think Congo and another.
But nobody cares about that because there's no Jews involved.
But
that's the truth. So just looking it up, I love how people who hate Jews often cite the fact that the Star of David is a symbol without any real religious history, and it's true. Like no one cares. We don't claim it to be religious. If you're talking about religious symbols, it's generally the menorah, things like that have more religious significance. Well, they have religious significance, whereas the Star of David. But it says here early appearance. The Star of David, also known as the Magen David, the Shield of David, has roots in Middle Ages, appearing in Jewish writings and artifacts. Prague and Georgia, the Jewish community in Prague was among the first to adopt it as official symbol in the 17th century. Like the Zionist movement also adopted it, and the State of Israel, obviously. It's become an accepted symbol. It's like, you know what I find funny is like when people go, oh, how can Arabs do this. How can I be an anti-Semite when I'm also technically a Semite? And it's like the accepted term, the word was coined to define Jew hatred. So do you need me to call you a Jew hater? Do you rather that? That's like making the argument that you can't use the word terrific to describe a great event because the word terrific comes from terror. Like it's so the idea that the Star of David doesn't have old the symbol has no religious significance doesn't mean it's like what are you trying to say? What is it trying to say? Jews don't exist? Like it's just all right, good on you, but we're here, and guess what? Jews have Israel, and they right now they've proven that they will survive with or without America's direct assistance. They survived Iran. They've survived attacks before America was helping them, and they'll continue to survive because they have to. It's clear they have to, because just look at what's happening around the world now. Nobody else is going to come to defend them. We still keep getting super chat. So, I meant Henry Winkler. Who's Henry Winkler?
Henry Winkler.
Do you know Henry?
Look it up. We're getting tested again. I'll just, while we do that, Trump just tweeted as well. So let me read his tweet.
Yep. Do you want me
He
to bring it
said
up? Is it a tweet or is it a...
I'll read it up. You can bring it up. Someone in the audience brought this up for me. Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
That's
Very interesting. So, I mean, you can't say that he's being controlled, unless he's like, you want to say he's playing games and things like this. He's even-handed with his criticism, especially now that he's called for peace. I think he's trying to wind them both down.
100%. And you know what? It's good. It shows. Oh yeah, here we go. Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. So he's talking about Israel had said that they're going to respond to the breach of the thing. It is
the font. That's Harry Winkler. The Fonz. That's who's talking about.
Yeah. The Fonz. Yeah, I found him. So what was that? What was the original comment? Am I related to him, or do I have a connection? Why? Is it because we're both short? Accepted. Okay. Here, last super chat. And we'll move on.
Fun fact: the Canaanites built the city of Jerusalem. This means the first temple was dedicated to Canaanites' God, not the Jewish God.
All right. Yeah. Rewriting history. Good on you. And I'm not going to get into that argument. Like, what are you trying to say? The Jews have no connection to Israel? Like, okay, that's your belief.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, I mean, the Arab conquest of that area came a lot after that.
And where do Arabs come from? Like the Palestinian Arabs, exactly. They're from the Arabian Peninsula, so they definitely have no connection to that land. Anyways, but these are all like twisted arguments to try delegitimize the Jewish claim to land and ultimately the Jewish right to defend themselves in being in that land. So I don't care. Guess what? They're going to stay there, whether you like it or not, whether you spew that nonsense online or not.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, let's go back. Yeah. Well, did you want to add something?
No, I was just going to say these arguments made by the West make no sense because most Western nations are founded on countries which had pre-existing populations.
Exactly.
And it fits the same argument. And then, okay, let's say Israel did conquer that land or whatever and took it from other people. Well, they fought for it and they fought these people off multiple times. They've given up land to the Egyptians in the Sinai. So they've done all these things that any other nation like the West has done when they conquered other lands. So even if it was the other way around, why do you guys in the West care so much? Like this is the hill you want to die on when you're living in also countries which people claim are stolen. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever unless you just a hypocrite, honestly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Israel actually heeds Trump's warning. You don't know if it's theater or not. You don't know what's actually going on there, but it is interesting that he is telling him not to bomb in response to the 2 rockets attack, which I also, you know what, honestly, I think it's fair enough. None of them landed. So does Israel have to strike back? Trump saying, no, don't strike back now, also lets Iran know, okay, well, Trump is going to enforce it. So, but if you actually do violate it on purpose, and something happens and a missile does land, then I'm going to let him go and smash you with the bombs. Yeah. So
it gives an off ramp to the Israelis, perhaps, like it gives a reason for them to.
I don't think I don't think they want the off ramp here.
No, but I see the commentary, with Israeli commentators and stuff when Iran attacked. He was like, okay, we got to strike back now, and for the defense minister and the government, yeah, exactly right, to save face. You want to strike back because these Iranians are kind of coming at you. Like, let's just say it was that one instance. So Trump is maybe offering a way to de-escalate. But like you said, it could also be a warning to Iran that, if you guys violate it as well, it's going to be the same kind of response to you, or maybe even more, because, USA is partnered with Israel, essentially. This partners talking to each other.
Yeah, totally. And look, I don't know how some of my audience is going to take it, but I think Trump has every right to say that. Maybe he doesn't believe there was a violation yet. He wants to see the evidence. Maybe he just wants to de-escalate. He says, well, you shot it out. I think that there may have been a mistake, like the miscommunication in Iran. Like, honestly, like the communication systems are broke. Like the whole structure will be so confused that somebody could have gone and fired it, not knowing they weren't supposed to fire. Now, Israel shot it down, but it's technically a breach. So yeah.
I mean, we look at kind of Iran as this place where everyone's on the same page, and you might believe that, especially when it comes to the regime. But there could be elements within the regime who are not happy that this ceasefire has been agreed to. It could be someone like a rogue firing off a shot, whatever. Just especially like you just can't know these things. So it is good to practice caution in this time.
I actually think that if Trump is saying hold off, even though I'm somebody that tweeted there has to be a response. It was before it actually landed. I'd say I'm happy if Trump takes this as his time to posture and to show, look, I'm not just giving Israel free rein, and it proves Israel doesn't control shit. It's if anything, Israel is America's proxy, not America is Israel's proxy. Because if it was the other way around, Israel would be able to just tell Trump to get stuffed. And Israel can't tell America to get stuffed. Okay, I'm getting trolled here by a super chatter, which I'm more than happy. Do you want to read it?
It's a fact. Read your Bible, you antidoting the topic like a coward. Okay. I mean, if you want to base stuff off biblical, pieces of information, rather how the world should be.
I can guarantee you in the Bible, the Canaanites did not
opening a can of worms.
Look, I can tell you something confidently. I'm not I'm not a rabbi. I'm not any sort of religious expert of any sort. But what I can tell you, what I remember from religious school as a kid, the Canaanites weren't the ones that built the first temple. But whatever. I don't.
And I believe then the Constantinople, which is modern day Istanbul, Turkey, which was taken by the Turks and the Ottomans, whatever, should be given back to the West. The Western, I think it was the Western Roman Empire.
I don't even know what's the argument.
All this stuff is silly. It doesn't make sense anymore, and it's just silly. You can't keep having these things.
Anyway, yeah. I'm glad for you to keep commenting as long as you keep super chatting, and I'll read it like a coward because I'm a Jew. All right.
Thanks for the super chats, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your super chats. I got to say, and all the super chats, the ones that are doing it with love and the ones that are doing it with hate. Should I say I love it equally? Well, depends how much you've been super chatting. The big ones I love equally. Okay. So Tucker Carlson was another one that came out very strong against Trump. First more subtly, then he went more direct in his attacks on the Trump policy. He didn't get personally. He goes, it's worth pointing out that a strike on Iranian nuclear sites will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East and cost the United States tens of billions of dollars. The cost of future acts of terrorism on American soil may be even higher. Those aren't guesses. They're not guesses. Those are the Pentagon's own estimates. A bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war, and it will be America's war. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. I just love the ending, that final sentence. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. There is a reason why everyone's calling him Tucker Carlson. Because since he's come back from Qatar, he's been doing their bidding and it's become beyond a joke. How much is wrong with this, especially in what we know now? Firstly,
to your earlier comment, I think Tucker coming out against Trump in this way emboldened many more people to actually go down this route as well. It kind of gave confidence to a lot of people. He's seen like an authority, a Trump, very close Trump ally, at least in the way that we're seeing. So I think, it's important to point that out, that this was a major shift.
We'll watch a video about that in a second. But let's just look at, so now what we know, everything we know. So not only, the nuclear strike, they did strike the nuclear facilities, and it didn't result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East. It was 14, so one for every bunker busting bomb that they dropped. 13 was shot down, one landed in an open field with plenty of warning. Cool story, Tucker. There hasn't been any acts of terrorism on American soil. But hey, if there are sleeper cells in America, why don't you actually push a government to go find them and catch them and, jail them, deport them? Don't you want to know who these are? Don't you want your agencies in America to fight the terrorism on your soil instead of blaming the Jews? Essentially what you're saying, like if America gets involved with Israel's war, that's what he kept saying. And in fact, I think afterwards he said that those bases are only there to protect Israel, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And he says those aren't guesses. He's not guessing. He's an authority, and so you got to remember, like Tucker Carlson here is an authority. He's an authoritative figure on the right, who's then referring to the authority of the Pentagon. So saying, I'm not guessing here. I'm using their estimates, which he doesn't show us actually where the source is. Like I wouldn't trust Tucker today as far as I can throw him. He lies a lot, unfortunately. Yeah. I used to be a Tucker fan. Like many people, I think when he was on Fox News, he was good. They clearly saw something. I think the legal case that Fox News lost or had to settle because of him exposed a lot about Tucker that we didn't realize, especially with his relationship to Trump and a lot of the stuff that he's saying about other Fox News personalities today about how they felt about Trump is exactly what was exposed in the lawsuit about Tucker and how he felt towards Trump.
I'm going to watch that video.
Yeah, and so we'll watch that in a minute. And a bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war, and it will cost. It will be America's war, and none of that.
Yeah.
So I just don't think Tucker now has the credibility that he had a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I think, unlike Candace, Tucker has been a lot more nuanced and subtle about the direction he was going. To anyone that's really cluey, you could see what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. He plays this game where he goes, I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean? but he know, like, a perfect example was when he was talking to, it's a tactic that he does when he debates. He goes, when he was talking to Piers Morgan, and he said, allies? What does that even mean? I didn't even know what an ally is. And then a minute later, he goes, he says we have he said, we have a close alliance with these people. And Piers Morgan's like, that's an ally. And he's like, oh yeah, really? Like, so he has like really basic tools that he uses when he debates. And it really annoys me because Tucker Carlson knows what he's doing. We all know what he's doing. The thing and we've talked about this before, but the thing that I'm really happy with this is that Tucker Carlson now exposed himself for the fraud that he is, and for the fact that he's like that last line. He is the propagandist that lied to you, that he was warning you about. He's exactly that, and his credibility, he shot himself in the foot because I thought he was smarter than that. I thought, I just don't think he thought Trump was going to strike, so he didn't think he was ever going to be found out. That's what I think must have happened.
And a common theme, like here, for instance, he referenced the Pentagon's own estimates. Like these are the same people that will say the Pentagon lied to them about the Middle East.
Exactly. Yeah, so, I know, that's a good point.
And the thing with the Pentagon is, like, what I've noticed is these reports and estimates that they use is, like, the Pentagon under Obama is very different to the Pentagon under Trump, for instance. With Pete Hegseth in there as a defense minister, it's very different before when it was under Biden's administration. So the reports that they put out, the estimates that they put out, the things that they say is very much political as well. Like the Pentagon is not purely one that's it's a political organization, however we want to look at it. It's always been political, depending on the administration. But these commentators will pick and choose things and stuff that these organizations have said without actually revealing where those reports come from, at what time, and whose administration, and for what reason that they were trying to do that thing. So, I think there is a lot of disingenuousness about some of these statements which are made, and that's why they're so up in the air. It's so speculative that anything could happen, but of course, Tucker has been more direct in this instance, and he's called everyone else propagandists and things, and that's what people are highlighting today when they put up this tweet and call Tucker out. That's what they essentially highlight that line, and he has only done this to himself, like you said. Didn't have to be this way, and I think Trump actually calling out Tucker and calling him cookie or whatever, I'm not saying that correctly, that actually changed the dynamics a lot because Trump actually came out hard against him.
Yeah, he
and
came
that
out
really,
hard against him, and it was after this tweet, and and so there was a bit of there became like a war within MAGA, and then Trump got proven right, Tucker got proven wrong, and Tucker's one of those people that, like I said with Candace Owens, he actually wanted that his prophecy to come true. So firstly, I don't think Tucker's that dumb. So I don't think he thought Trump was really going to strike, because otherwise he would have known he was going. Like, I don't think he really believes thousands of Americans' lives would have been lost. Like, maybe, but I think he's smarter than that. So if he really believed that, then I think he's an idiot, and he's got zero. You can't trust a word he says now just because he's a fool. Not like, maybe it's not malicious, but he's got no credibility because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I just think that he thought maybe Trump wasn't going to do it. He underestimated Trump's big orange balls, and so he never thought he was going to get found out. Anyways, and I think that he was like, once it happened, he wanted some mass casualty event against American soldiers, because he wanted to be able to say, see, I told you so. And the video of him reacting live while he was filming a podcast to the news that the Iran was retaliating just shows how theatrical and how it was, like, you could see how fake he is, how fake his reaction was to it, and how really he was like, yes, finally, thank goodness I'm not wrong. I'm being proven right. I've got some. Maybe it's not to the extent that I predicted, but at least there's something here I can show that, we could have avoided this. Let's have a quick watch of that.
We have some breaking news. What now? Well, this is just sad on every level. This is the Telegraph. Look, I don't know if this is true or not. Explosions have been heard over Doha, Qatar, after Iran launched a missile attack on the U.S. base there. Western officials told Axios that Iran had fired 6 missiles toward at least one U.S. base in that Gulf country. That base exists to protect Israel, by the way. I know Barry Weiss is constantly attacking Qatar. Qatar has done more to defend Israel. But anyway, hosting this base, which they don't need at all. It's the richest country in the world. They don't need to do it. They're doing it to be nice. But anyway, sorry. It's just, this is so distressing.
Have Americans been killed?
Officials said earlier that the base located just outside Doha was facing a credible threat. Trump officials are convening in D.C. The base is home to CENTCOM's HQ. British military personnel also serve there on rotation. Many planes have been moved out recently, satellite imagery shows. So that's all we know. It's so distressing. It's so distressing.
Who could have seen this coming?
I know.
Who could have seen it coming?
Well, I just want to say it should go without saying, but I mean, I'm praying for the success of, whatever America does, because I'm praying for America, but I'm concerned, and I hope that people who have audiences will be responsible and just remember, like, life is short. You're going to have to give an account. Like, try to be honest, try to be humane, try to care about other people. I don't know. So that's my view.
It's very, I haven't seen that before, so it's very dramatic. And it's crazy because who would have known? Well, we knew a few hours beforehand that this was a possibility because they were clearing the embassies and moving stuff out of the way. And, history of...
But I think that was a rhetorical question. Who would have known? Okay. That's what he was trying to say. All I'm saying is everything he said, and even in that statement, can be thrown back at him. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. It's theatrical. It's dramatic. He's... I don't even know if it's true, but who would have predicted this is happening? And we don't even need that base. We only have that base there for Israel, and they're gonna kill. Are any Americans dead? And really, what was going on? He said, "Please say thousands. Please say thousands." Like these people are the biggest guy. And then he talks about people with big online audiences to be responsible. Hello, Tucker. Look in the goddamn mirror. Actually, go watch old Tucker, who used to talk to new Tucker and was calling you out for exactly what you're doing now, you bloody grifter. You got it wrong. Nothing happened. This is all bull. Your little fake response to nothing, to 14 rockets that was shot down.
Yeah, look, I think the thing we have to look out for, Avi, is, there is going to be I don't discount the fact that there might be some type of retaliation or sleeper cells or some type of terrorist attacks in the future on the West. There always is with these Islamist fundamentalist extremist groups. Like that's their MO. So it happens, right? And there will be the likes of Tucker Carlson and Candace ones who, when that happens, will point to this moment where Trump decided to put the USA in harm's way. I mean, their time will come when they will, say, "I told you so" when these things happen. But I think again, they're just taking people for a ride because the US can't. Like, what do they expect the US to do? Like, do not take on terrorists and things because they have sleeper cells in the country?
And also, you're going to claim some little terrorist attack that may or may not have happened, whether the US did that or not. But that's not what you predicted.
Yes, I mean, you keep coming back to that. I totally agree with you.
You predicted World War III. You predicted that this was going to be huge, thousands of American soldiers, bases. He was actually, like, the thing that shocks me about Tucker in this case, because usually he's a lot more sneaky. Like, he doesn't lock himself into a corner. Candace always does. She always puts herself in these crazy corners, right? Her sneaky ways, she just won't say Jews, as opposed to Nick Fuentes. But he's usually a little more smart about the way, so he leaves himself enough room to get out. That's why I say to you that clearly, I just believe that he didn't think Trump was going to follow through with it, and that's why he committed to something that we never will know if it's true or not. Like, nobody could turn around and say, "Oh well, thousands of Americans won't die," because Trump never actually did it. I think these people all thought they had.
Breaking news: there's a video of Trump.
I think I saw
you saw it.
What is it? Is he talking to the?
We have two countries that have been fighting so long that they don't know what the F they're doing. He actually swore. And it's true. I mean, that's been going on for so long.
No, I've got it here. I'll pull it up.
Trump
but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. Yeah, I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean. Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon. And they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks, are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours You don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He's not happy.
He's not happy.
You gotta, yeah. I mean, that is like classic Trump, but with the edge of war and people obviously not listening to him either from both sides. And he puts it, eloquently as he does, because it's kind of true, isn't it? In some ways, that place has been at war. Trump has tried to come and solve it with a ceasefire. He's got commitments for them, and he's given them each a bit of window of time, and both sides have used that time to go at each other.
Yep.
But that's the stakes for that part of the world.
I can see where his frustration comes in. I can also see where Israel's coming from internally, internal politics within Israel. There was a rocket after the ceasefire. You got to remember also the entire north of Israel. But people are, they've got traumatic stress disorder already from 2 years of running in and out of shelters in the last week and a half from actual. Ballistic missiles that have caused major damage. They believed that they were, the average Israeli citizen believed that the ceasefire was on, and then suddenly I get all the alerts. There's another alert, meaning everybody's going into their bunkers. So Trump's obviously seeing it from his perspective, as he always does, and you know what I say to friends and foes alike. I've said this through the whole campaign, through the whole war, or since Trump's come in, and I've said to, pro-Israel people, as well as the TikToker influencers who read something into everything Trump says, and thinks like either he's turning against Israel or he's doing something crazy like deporting everyone from Gaza. I'm like, man, chill. Like it's be there for the ride of it. He's clearly frustrated because he got that deal across, and for him internally in America, he's the king now. He managed to do these massive attacks on the nuclear facilities, which he says are destroyed. The mainstream media is trying to downplay it. He's right about that. I'm watching that. Time will tell. I think that he's probably more right. Because if you look at the facilities, it's like Israel also bombed the roads in and out. So even just to get there is going to be a massive job. And then once you get there, like if those kind of bunker bombs, like they got in there, and like, who's even going down there? Like who's going to dare go into this thing that's probably going to collapse? If there is a way into it, into the rubble, it's probably going to collapse in on you. There's definitely not something you could just walk in and work on. But they want to downplay it. So he feels like right now he has the political capital. He's played this game. He's done Israel a massive solid by dropping those bombs, dealing with them. So he feels like he has credit there, which 100% he has. He doesn't want to see the ceasefire broken, so he looks at it from his perspective. He goes, "Yes, Iran," and he gave the same reason that I was thinking, that it possibly really is like a miscommunication. It often happens in these scenarios where, in Gaza we've seen it when there's been ceasefires and some side terrorist groups, so Islamic Jihad, instead of Hamas fires a rocket after the ceasefire officially goes in. They didn't get the memo or whatever. They just in Gaza it's easier. It's little rockets and there's all these different organizations.
Yeah. In
Iran, you've destroyed their capabilities, even their communication capabilities. That maybe it was already preset that these guys were going out to fire these rockets. They didn't get the memo. Don't fire them now. The ceasefires. So. I get where he's coming from. I think people need to chill out, especially like even on, I don't know, in the comments here, they might be turning on me, the pro-Israel one saying, no, Trump needs to let Israel. You can't, this is the thing, right? So Israel wants the support of the US, obviously, in many ways, and the US has come through. I mean, it's a massive win diplomatically for Israel. Trump, Netanyahu speaking now on more moderate Israeli response. So
okay, yeah. So, I mean, Yeah. Like
So
you were
Trump's
saying,
already
it's a
walking it
negative.
back. He's saying, you got to remember, like, that's the thing. It's not Israel controls. It's like literally Trump has his domestic politics that he also has to play. And Netanyahu is a statesman. He knows, he understands the game there as well. He's sensitive to Trump's internal and domestic politics. And Trump's also sensitive to Netanyahu's domestic thing. Like, Israelis also want to know, mate, if you're going to get us a ceasefire, that means a ceasefire, crossing a line. So there's a lot at play here. And I think Trump has been an amazing deal maker. And
I think this is what we want to see, right? Like,
exactly.
I want to see the president fiery like this. You don't want to see these kind of backroom deals and it kind of falls apart. You want to see this kind of anger as well. I mean, I'm saying some people might not like it, but it does set the stage. Like, he's got that immediate phone call with Netanyahu. It changes things again. Yep. And if Iran now violates the ceasefire, his actions are going to be even more detrimental to Iran. They take it seriously as well.
He understands. And the thing is, he takes it seriously. They understand that he takes it seriously, so he can also be reliable, even though they know he's on Israel's side. There's no question about it. Trump is on Israel's side because Israel is his ally, and for all the other reasons, I think he's a solid partner for Israel. But that doesn't mean that he's allowing Israel to do whatever they want, and that's fair enough.
Yeah, definitely.
You have one super chat there you can read before
Thanks, Roger Moore. Will Rukshan be our supreme leader in Victoria? Well, if I am supreme leader of Victoria, like Daniel Andrews was for a bit of time, I will not be hiding out in a bunker, that's for sure. I mean, I don't know how you be the supreme leader and you hide in a bunker. It's a ridiculous title. I think any country where they have the name supreme leader, you got to kind of question a little bit. I mean, a country that pretends to be, democratic in a way as well, like that's what the people want, and you're the supreme leader. It's a bit of nonsense.
Thank you for all the super chats tonight. Really feeling the love, from all of you. We've had 32 tonight, which is pretty cool. I don't know what our record is. We've got to start setting records and goals to, really get our grift on. Okay, so let's go back to what we were talking about. What we did at first, we showed Tucker Carlson's, warning, and then we saw his reaction to the news of that really, embarrassing response from Iran. Then now we've got Tucker Carlson's kind of, when Tucker got proven wrong, him doing an interview on I don't even know what this program is, basically his backtracking. So we're going to watch everyone's different style backtracking. Everyone did it a little bit differently. We saw Candace Owens. Her one was predicting some other stuff that's potentially going to happen, and then she's going to say, that's the win. This is Tucker Carlson's one on some show. Have a watch. Oh, sorry.
Skin suit right now because they think it suits. But Levin, again, doesn't care about the United States. And they're all wearing the Trump skin suit right now because they think it suits their purposes. These are people who hated Trump. They're anti-Trump. They're never Trump. And that would include a lot of people on Fox News who I worked with for 15 years. I know what their political views are. They're my colleagues. They hate Trump. They hate him personally. They hate his agenda. They hate his economic views. And they really hate his foreign policy views, which in private they describe as insane and isolationist. He's a Nazi and all this stuff. I mean, they really have contempt for him. They kept him off the air at Fox News while I was there against my protests. So that's all true. And it's very frustrating as a literal person who cares about what's true to see people jumping up Mark Levin or Laura Loomer. That's world's.
All right, hold on. And before we get to that part, I think that let's watch. What was that? Because I think that's the important context is his other clip that you sent me at, yeah?
Yeah, I sent you that one.
Because what did he say there? He says that they were all Trump haters. And it was all, he was the only one that, he protested them not allowing Trump on. He's the only real
Trump supporter.
Trump supporter. Where was it? Where did you send it? I don't think you sent me that one.
I sent you the chat. Yeah, maybe look up Milk Bar. I think he had it
on Milk Bar. Put it today.
Yeah, Milk Bar. Check it. I think he clipped it. I'll see if there's any other breaking news happening while we're You're looking for that one.
I just really want to show that, just so people understand, because it just shows how like these, for those that are sitting on the fence about the so-called somebody that has to keep calling themselves a truth teller. It's like people who, you know, keep telling you that they're the most loyal people in the world. You don't have to say it if you're a truth teller that much. You don't have, if you're loyal, you don't have to keep telling it. Or maybe was it in that same clip? Was it in that same clip? Does he get to it? Or?
It was a very similar clip, but the Milk Bar TV one had a I'll see if I can. I did send it to you. I sent it to you. Yeah, just check my messages to you, to RV Emily. It's the third. It's in the same clip. By
it's
Nathan.
in that clip.
Yeah.
So it is that clip. So maybe I'm watching it. Oh wait, here. Hold on. Oh, maybe
it's got his logo. It's got his logo on it. It's like
because they think it suits their purposes. These are people who hated Trump. They're anti-Trump. They're never Trump. And that would include a lot of people on Fox News who I worked with for 15 years. I know what their political views are. They're my colleagues. They hate Trump.
Referring to Trump, Carlson says, I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this.
We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait, Carlson texted.
That Trump is, in his words, a demonic force, a destroyer, but he's not going to destroy us.
I mean, they really have contempt for him.
Guys, go and by the way, support Milk Bar TV. He does fantastic work. I can't believe, because I remember that all happened. And for those that are watching this, I think, we're using CNN or MSNBC or whatever. These are from the lawsuit, so they're from that lawsuit.
Direct text messages. It's never been challenged.
It's not challenged because it was literally his text messages. So what he's saying, and that's a thing that, you know, has become so clear over time for me, but even just in the last week and a half, when he says, don't believe the lies from the propagandists, every allegation is an admission by these people. Everything he says about everyone else is about him. He's the most disloyal, dishonest propagandist there currently is, and he's one of the most dangerous because he has the largest platform. Anyways, let's continue.
Breaking tweet again from Trump. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. So, I mean, again, classic Trump or whatever it is. You just heard him swearing. He's talking to Benjamin. He's spoken to Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're hearing that the planes are turning around and they're going to do a wet plane wave, and nobody will be hurt, and the ceasefire is in effect. You're seeing Trump's diplomacy, foreign diplomacy, whatever, happening in real time as you watch these podcasts with us, and that's who President Trump is. And there's never been anyone like him. I don't think there'll be anyone ever like him again in the future.
And history needs him now more than ever. And listen, as somebody who tweeted that Israel needs to respond or whatever, I absolutely support the way Trump is dealing with this. And I think now also Israel has bought some goodwill off Trump, going, okay, this is your peace deal. So there's goodwill everywhere there now. Think about it. So Iran clearly accidentally, somebody fired those 2 missiles. Israel knocked them out of the air, so they didn't actually cause any damage. They were going back to respond to it, and Trump says no. Israel says okay, goodwill from Israel. Trump also goes to Iran. Look, I've stopped them. Now do not break this ceasefire. Don't break the ceasefire again. And that way, man, this is peace through strength.
Yeah, definitely. I think, this is kind of what you want to see. And both sides know that Trump, Israel knows that they need Trump support for whatever they're doing, and Iran knows that Trump will bomb them. So, and he's out there telling everyone he's pissed off about it.
Yeah, but I think that he's got goodwill with Iran because he managed to stop Israel, and Israel got goodwill of Trump because they go, okay, fine, but make sure it's implemented. Like I think this is the art of the deal, as Trump so often refers to. Okay, let's go back to finishing that video that of the lying Qatar.
Creepiest human. I don't even know where she came from or who she is exactly, but inventor Laura Loomer, that's world's creepiest human. I don't even know where she came from or who she is exactly, but she's running around. I'm Donald Trump's, defender. It's bizarre. Champion. And I'm the arbiter of what it means to be for America. Someone who, again, has no interest in the United States, demonstrated no interest. So I think it's just important. It's not a matter of score settling, and I don't care what Mark Levin does.
So just I guess we'll hear. So he's trying to explain away his position now as to why he wasn't. This is his response to that. But just before we continue there, Laura Loomer actually added some receipts to the feed where I have no idea who Laura Loomer is, and she added a screenshot of the text of a text thread between her and Laura and Tucker Carlson, where he's like, "Thanks a million, Laura. I appreciate this. There's some level of chaos, but I feel weirdly happy. Hope you're great."
This is not the first time he's done this. Actually, he depersons people. He pretends he doesn't know people that he knows a lot. When they are negative towards him or when they call him out on something, he talks like he's never met them or doesn't know them. I've seen this multiple times now.
But he doesn't only do it to people. He does it to language. Oh, I don't know what allies mean. What is that? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Like, he always does his technique. I don't know what it means. I don't know who you are. The guy is a compulsive liar. He's not dumb. He's smart. But his lies are catching up with him, and more people are waking up to his lies.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And Laura Loomer, for all her mistakes, I think she's been doing a great job taking on these people.
I've been enjoying Laura. I've known Laura Loomer for a long time. And, I can't always say I agree with her tactics and her style or whatever, but she sticks to her guns, and her guns here is she's Trump all the way. And she's actually cutting through. I would not want to be on the receiving end of a Laura Loomer. And funnily enough, one of the first videos she ever filmed, like one of the most famous videos, which was she was the first person to confront Ilhan Omar before anyone knew her. I actually filmed that. I filmed and edited that in Minnesota. There was 3 of us holding cameras. I was holding one of the phones, and then I edited it for her. It's funny. Look, sometimes she's gone way off the top for me, and some of the personal like I'm just not into any of that. But in the last few weeks, Laura Loomer has been straight up the most direct, honest, wearing her heart on her sleeve. It was so clear, and she didn't back down at all. And from her, I think her thing was she was driven by her blind loyalty for Trump and calling out people and she was just so right about it all. And the thing and she's able to get through to these people. That's why he's even mentioning her. Laura Loomer pissed Tucker Carlson off. That's why he's mentioning her.
Their argument against her is that she's like a cultist. She's acting like she's in a Trump cult, and the emperor can do no wrong. But I think that's not what she's actually doing. She's saying that these people have this poor track record of flip-flopping, and they're being deceptive in the way that they're showing their support, or they're not supporting Trump, for instance, and they're saying one thing in private and one thing in public. And this was again a great example where he pretends that he doesn't know who Laura Loomer is. Of course, Tucker Carlson knows who Laura Loomer is. You know what I mean? Like,
I loved her. I love her. I loved her receipts. Breaking news, which is a spanner in the works. It's happening while we're here. Reports of explosions in Tehran area. And so that's just minutes after Trump said that they turned around and waved. The question is, what is that? So it'll be interesting to see.
It could have been missiles that were sent. Yeah, it's not clear, I guess.
Well, if Israel told Trump they're not bombing, and then there were explosions, but it could also be just internal. It could be an attack from the ground and not from the sky. It could be somebody there. It could be... the
number of things.
Yeah, it could be anything, but it's breaking news. Reports of explosions in Tehran area. As more details come through, I'll let you know. But if it's the aeroplanes, it doesn't make that doesn't sound good. Let's wait and see. It's I can't see Netanyahu telling him he's not going to do it, and then the Air Force drops bombs. So it has to be something on the ground, and whether it's the start of a rebellion on the ground or some sort of other operation on the ground.
Yeah,
I don't know. but there's a ceasefire, so it wouldn't be Israel, or at least they wouldn't want to claim anything, and it definitely shouldn't be those planes if they guaranteed to Trump that they weren't dropping anything. But as that comes through, any clarification, I'll let you know. Just read these 2 super chats. Oh shit, they go there now. Oops, my bad. Let's just go here. Sorry, I'm doing the same thing twice. There, just read that one.
Catherine, thanks. Catherine is a regular as well. Thanks, Catherine, for watching today. Avi's been listening to Viva Frey.
I actually
That's
haven't. I know Viva. I've known him for a long time. I actually have not watched any of his stuff on this subject, just because he's like a Canadian, and to me, like there's not much he has to offer on these issues. So I don't know where he's been. I don't know where he sits on any of this. I know that I did see the guy that he was. I don't know if he still streams with him. That other lawyer guy has had a lot of the really dumb takes, like. But these are people like they attach themselves to the American.
But he was attached to, like, he was defending Andrew Tate a lot, wasn't he? Wasn't that what he was doing for a while?
Well, Viva was. I knew him through the COVID stuff. He was like this lawyer in COVID from Canada that was coming over from the legal perspective. And yeah, I think he was. Look, I'm not mates with him. During COVID, I was on his shows a few times, whatever. He's not somebody I watch. So I can't tell you. I do vaguely remember something about Tate, which is probably when I switched him off, to be fair. I vaguely do remember that. Baz, go read.
Baz, thanks for the super chat. Troll diplomacy, all hail the Orange Emperor, vote 1 Rukshan. PS, YouTube will not let me quote Trump. That's interesting. All hail the Orange Emperor. That's weird, yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Baz. Love it.
Thank you, guys. We're on 34 super chats. Let's aim to get 50, I reckon. That'll be a nice round number, and then we'll remember 50 and we'll try beat it next time. All right.
His private life. I don't care what his opinions are. And Laura Loomer, I'm not even really sure who she is. However, if people like that are able to take over a political movement whose stated goal is to serve the United States, first and foremost, America first, make America great again, if those people can take control of that political movement, first of all, it's an offense against reality and truth. But second, it's really dangerous for the country. I mean, they washed out of the Democratic Party, the same people, and now they're trying to take over the Republican Party. How about no? Unbroken track record of failure, unbroken track record of ideas that hurt the United States in measurable ways, impoverished the United States, put us in unpayable debt, killed a ton of people, destabilized the world, caused a refugee crisis in Europe, destroyed Europe. That's a lot of destruction for one group of people and one set of really bad ideas, the John Boltons, the Bill Kristols. Can they be allowed to take over the Trump White House? No. How about no? Just as an American. I mean, I don't really care what people think of me at this point. I'm 56. You were wrong. Well, I've been wrong many, many times. I'll be wrong many, many more times. But the one thing I am is sincere. I really mean it. I don't care about the effect on me. I don't want to relive Iraq. And I know the people who did it. I lived among them. I defended it. I repeated their talking points. Not doing that again. And we came really close to doing that again because of Mark Levin and Laura Loomer and the rest of these morons. Who've never even left New Jersey. Like, they don't know anything about the world. That's the other thing. They're dumb. They don't know. Not only they don't know the population of Iran, they don't know anything. They don't know the nations that border it. They just don't know anything. And I'm not making an argument for expertise or having been there.
Yeah, firstly, he was doing that, but he realised just off the back of the whole his mate Dave Smith and Douglas Murray how dumb that sounded, playing the authoritative thing because you haven't been there. And Laura Loomer has travelled to heaps of places. I travelled to whole America with her at one point. Like, the idea that gives you some sort of, it's just nonsense. And because
someone had a funny tweet. I'll just read the tweet out. There's someone else wrote it called Michael Duncan. He wrote, "I don't know how Tucker misread the situation so badly when he knew the most important fact, the population of Iran."
Yeah, and I was just about to say, for someone that knows so much about it, how did he get it so wrong? Everything about it. This was not Iraq. So, and you're not he's a freaking, I can't stand him, and he's a righteous. He's the and what's his argument there? That what's he saying, that these right-wing pundits
Well,
are Democrats, are leftists. That's what he's saying. They're leftists. Laura Loomer's a lefty. Is that your argument to that? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean the views of someone like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin, it's predictable. Yes, there are neocons within the Republican movement who are kind of very war hawk like that's their kind of.
But that's not who was calling him out, and that's not even who he's naming here.
Exactly, but he's picked those select individuals to target everyone else because he knows if you go after the people that were, there's a lot of people in the middle of the MAGA movement, a lot of like people like involved in kind of not the commentary side of things, but really popular online in terms of getting the movement going. These people have also called out Tucker Carlson and these other groups, but he's not going after them. He's going after the neocons because what he's trying to do is say that these people who are warmongers, generally, they're the ones who are trying to push Trump towards, boots on the ground with Iran. Like that's what they really want: regime change and boots on the ground. And listen to these people. And there are radicals within the Republican movement, but I think he sees attaching everyone to them as the way to get out of the position that he's put himself in.
Yeah, and it's clever, and it's the clever way to do it because then you go, hey, look at who's really attacking me. Do you really want to be a part of them? When it's not just them. And you're right.
Yeah.
And it was dumb of him to add Laura Loomer and to pretend like he doesn't know it. But obviously Laura Loomer, as she does very well, got under his skin. And God bless her for doing it because it actually exposed him for one, a liar again, but also your argument sounds dumb. Like you can call Laura Loomer a lot of things. Shane a leftist.
But I am making an argument for being responsible.
And I hate people like that. I don't even know who that person after party show. These little giggles, like she's fangirling him when he's clearly like, why wouldn't you challenge him? He's saying dumb shit. He's saying dumb shit, and he's not taking any responsibility for his bad. He goes, I got it wrong. I get a lot of shit wrong. Yeah, we know, Tucker. You got it. It's so funny that many of the people that he attacks now were actually anti the Iraq war, were anti Afghanistan. They were right then, and they're also saying now Iran was right to go in there. So they're right now as well. They were right now about what. So he's been wrong every time. He was wrong with Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan, and now he's wrong again. When does Tucker get it right?
Yeah. And a lot of these kind of guys like Tucker, they're kind of living in the shadow of the past mistakes of the US. Like they everything's framed within that past mistakes, and they don't look at it, in terms of what Trump is offering today, which I think is a disservice to Trump and the MAGA movement as a whole, because Trump is all about being different to those. So why wouldn't you try what Trump is saying? You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm just saying from a very basic standpoint, how can you always be like, oh, well, this happened in the past, so, we can't do anything today? Like, is the US going to be isolationist forever when these terror threats and things arise around the world, when there might be legitimate reasons? Let's say for intents and purposes, the intervention in the Middle East, the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan was all wrong. Does that mean all future things in the future, the US doesn't do anything? Like, how are these people thinking? Like, it's not a logical way to think. And thank God that Trump doesn't actually fall for this nonsense. And he's obviously, I don't believe Trump is being swayed by any of these people. No. Whether there's people that support him or people like Tucker. I think Trump is doing what Trump has to do.
Exactly. And this whole conflict in the last week and a half, everything that's happened with Iran proved it. Trump was doing Trump. Everybody was predicting stuff. Everybody was trying to sway his decision-making. And he did what he wanted to do the whole time. And he's still doing it. Like, even now, while we're live here, he's getting angry.
We saw it.
We watched it in real time. That is Trump. That is Trump. And that's his diplomacy. And it is so important now. And it's so good.
When you demand that the U.S. military do certain things, okay, then tell me what happens next. They can't. Because, again, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker can't say that he's the only person that cares. I think everyone instinctively cares about the USA, however they're being wrong or whatever. I think most people care about it, but it's the reasons that they're doing it for. So that's where I think Tucker can be pulled up on.
Let's read a couple of these. I think everyone's going for our 50 super chats, so let's just read them through.
Jeremy, thanks, mate. Hey, Avi and Rook, any idea why the stock market is still going up when all these war issues are still there? Why isn't it crashing down to oblivion? I mean, I think a lot of people are, this confidence around Trump and the U.S. administration is growing. every time that Trump kind of overcomes the naysayers, whether it be tariffs or whatever, like all the time, it's always doom and gloom. But I think the market reactions show that serious people aren't even looking into this in that way. They trust Trump to some extent and trust his foreign policy.
Yep.
And I think they're seeing, for instance, with the way the Saudis, the Qataris, and the rest of the Middle East that are allies of the US are acting around this, even China and Russia to a large extent, like all that gives confidence. And I think they see Trump as someone who's a deal maker. You know, if you look at Trump, I think a week or two before this whole thing went down with Iran, one of Trump's tweets were about a long phone call that Trump and Putin had together. And they weren't talking about Russia or Ukraine. They were talking about Iran. So it is quite possible that Trump told some of these people that if Iran gets messy around this issue, I might take action. I'm just letting you guys know that this is going to happen and don't interfere. This is the kind of president that we have right now. I think that brings a lot of confidence to the stock market and these kind of institutions as well. They like Trump. It's clear to see. Of course, there's going to be times when it tanks here and there. They try to blame Trump for it, but they should give him credit as well when these kind of things happen, and they often don't.
Regina, thank you for your super chat. Much appreciated. I think you've probably done that because you're trying to help us get to the 50. Well done.
Thanks,
you.
Regina.
What do we got?
It's from Catherine. TC's going after Laura as she is a Jew.
Look, I actually, Tucker Carlson is, well, he is much more subtle about
refined than Candace.
Yeah. Is there an underlying Jew thing? Maybe, but if a Jew said, like, I don't know if with Laura, I think Laura, because Laura is just like a Trump loyalist and she is relentless. So she got under his skin and a lot of people, especially in the last couple of weeks, have been there for it because she's called out people like Tucker's bull, straight, blunt, actually really well. And relentlessly, as she always does everything. And so she clearly got to him, and so he's. I think that's why he's calling her out more than because she's a Jew. But I'm not going to try work out what he's actually thinking. All right, next on our list, one of the favorites.
This was a mistake. Another majority of Trump's advisors told him that, both military and intelligence, but he decided to go against that. And so I just hope that the Ayatollah takes this as a chance, face-saving on all sides, and just de-escalates, but I don't think Israel even allow that to happen. I don't think the mullah will. I think we're going into full war with Iran and all the problems that come with that. So everybody that loves war and thinks it's so cool, this isn't like Iraq or other places. This is going to trigger economic depression for sure if we don't reverse it. So I think this is a big, big mistake, and I'm very, very sad, very, very upset. I'll be covering it all today at 4 p.m. Central with all the details, all the graphs, all the documents at Infowars.com/show and writer on X at Real Shows. That's just some of the basic facts. I'm going to shoot some separate videos on sub areas of this and more right here at Real Shows. Thank you. Please share this video and please follow.
So he was going hard. That was just like one that I picked. I think there was something else that you sent me.
This is a comparison that.
Before I get to that, I'll just show you.
They will launch atomic bombs at Israel, and they got them. So that's why I said this is Russian roulette, and Israel shouldn't do it. And a lot of Netanyahu's advisors have said the same thing. The majority of the Pentagon advisors have told Trump this is not good, and it has a serious probability of causing a whole new world war that goes nuclear. Pakistani official, their defense minister, calls for Islamic countries to unite against Israel. They are a nuclear power. So they are a nuclear.
Anyways, he was talking up the...
He gets very excited. He gets very excited.
The catastrophe that was coming of World War III. Now, just to put into context, Alex Jones, this is the 7th time we've been in World War III this year, according to InfoWars and Alex Jones. So, like, I think anyone that still believes any of his predictions... Alex Jones is that person. It's funny because I used to tell you, and I was talking about this in one of the other lives. Alex Jones is one of those people that... You know, whenever one of the crazy conspiracies that he pushed it turns out to be true, like, you know, you just tweet out Alex Jones was right again. But like a broken clock, Alex Jones is right maybe once to twice a day. He says so much outrageous, crazy stuff. Like every once in a while, one of them lands. And then it's like, oh, Alex Jones is right. Right? And here's an example, because this is the video you sent me. Alex Jones in, what year was this? So somebody's tweeted this out. What did they write? Let's look here. They go, this is why you should never trust Alex Jones when President Trump is making geopolitical moves. He's hyperventilating weirdo who lost his fastball years ago. This is the night President Trump bombed Syria in April of 2018. Note that he wanted to delete these feeds. All right, this is before he was on Ozempic. Look at him. Watch him. This is Trump Syria 2018 bombing.
34
strike.
hours live. We're getting ready to go live on the main feeds on InfoWars. This freaking emergency. Trump is absolutely crapped all over us. He's been totally compromised, blackmailed. There's no damn doubt about it.
Okay.
You know, Trump did this on Friday night and only hit like 5 targets instead of 70 as some type of appeasement to the globalists and everything else. This is total horse. So, look, I'm going to straight shoot you. Trump did good on TPP and everything else. This is BS, man. I mean, the damn rebels are Al-Qaeda, ISIS. They launched the chemical attacks. They've been caught 3 times before. And I'm not going to shell out my morals for Donald Trump, damn it. See, I can't even go live. I'm so pissed right now. Why don't you just kill that feed? Just go back to another live feed, dude.
Okay.
Damn it, man. What the Is there nobody here in this damn world? See, now I'm this right now. Syria fought Al-Qaeda, they fought ISIS, they fought it all. And now you got Mattis and all these people all over us. And the damn liberal fascists censoring us everywhere the last 2 days. We did an emergency 36-hour broadcast trying to stop this that could lead to World War III. And you liberal pieces of you support this you damn degenerate and Mueller and Comey and you. Every major analyst. See, I shouldn't even be on air right now. I shouldn't be on air right now. When the are we going live? I can't do this anymore.
We're ready to go live.
Trump and these people. Okay. Should we shut these feeds down and delete those? And I'm going to try to control myself. Yes. Dude, just shut those feeds down and restart them, okay?
But we made so many sacrifices. And now he's crapping all over us. It makes me sick.
Yeah, so I mean, Alex Jones is Alex Jones.
It's funny
Make
to see
no mistake,
Owen Schroeder there, like a little boy.
Yeah,
Owen Schroeder, that was next to him. He's also one of those people that was going hard and fast on Donald Trump all week and then kind of came crawling back and blaming people for pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, but that's a great example. Like even there, World War III, you know, Trump's done this. He's a blackmail. He's a globalist. He's this, he's that. Obviously, that whole tune is changed. And it goes on. Like, you know, 5 years from now, there might be something else. It'll be the same exact script. I'm saying not that sometimes they're right or whatever. That's not the point here. It's the theatrics of it all.
Yeah.
And I think more and more it's getting desperate, those kind of theatrics. You know, every single stream that Alex Jones has done on InfoWars over the last couple of days has started with Armageddon, World War III, end of the world. You know, and some people really buy into it. But you're seeing Trump; he's calm and composed when he has to be. He's angry when you know it needs to be. When there's obviously things have gone a little bit wrong. But even Trump has not lost. You know, he's working on a different level. You can't apply this logic of these individuals to what is happening in the world right now, because I think it's just all theatrics.
Totally. And so it was funny then watching, because that's what I'm doing, showing you kind of little snippets of them going, calling out World War III, it's the end of the world, blah, blah, blah. And then, so how they've walked back. Alex Jones Candace chose to predict some other shit that's probably going to happen and say, no, you see, I was right about something. Not right about the main thing. Was Tucker Carlson. He basically said that Laura Loomer and everyone's lefties that want it. And yeah, sometimes he gets things wrong. He's happy to accept that, even though he's mostly wrong. Alex Jones went a different way. he let's see, I'll just bring this up. He basically went how dare us try stop a gigantic new war? How dare us be happy there is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran? The disgraced neocons of the George W. Bush and Dick Cheney era are really trying to make a pathetic comeback right now. We are not out of the woods yet, but I am praying Trump's plan is successful. And so what he's trying to imply here, that him, Tucker, every nutcase loser that was leading the charge against Trump, not carrying out that strike, not fighting for two things. Well, everything that Trump has ever said. So peace through strength, stopping Iran from getting those nukes, and from ensuring that it's a precise, hard thingo strike. So exactly what Trump has always campaigned for. All the people, so he's acting like here that him, Tucker, Marjorie Green or whatever that nutcase's name
Thomas
is.
Massey.
You got Candace Owens, you got Tom Massey, you got, it's even sad to see, what's his name?
Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon, who was funny because Steve Bannon was part of the plan that they were all talking about. Oh, he's going to lunch or dinner with, I think he had one with Trump. And he's going to talk him, he's going to stop it, he's got his ear. Trump did not listen to any of them. Trump did what Trump was doing. They had nothing to do with it. And that's the thing. It's like, stop pretending like you're so, what's it called? A grandeur of whatever, you think that you're so important. You're not. You're literally not. You're a grifter online, and everyone there are grifters online doing, in Thomas Massey's defense, he's just got retarded politics. I don't think. Yeah. I think he's always been consistent, to be honest, and I hope he's just like
he's already walked it back. He's already, since the ceasefire, he's already kind of walked it all back.
Oh, did he also walk it back? What was his thing?
He's walked it back, saying that he doesn't have to go through with that the sanction or the bill that they were doing to.
Because that's why he was like a full nutcase, like trying to impeach.
He put forward the motion to challenge the war powers of Donald Trump to be able to do that strike or whatever. He's the one that instigated that.
And he was joining like the far
Ilhan Omar,
isn't
AOC.
Isn't it funny that Tucker Carlson acts like those guys are the left, but really his ally, because even when you go on his Twitter, like the top pin thing is him and Tucker. His ally is actually the one aligning with the left. The shoehorn theory is these guys are actually the lefties, not even the Hawks. It's like the Hawks were never lefties. I don't even know how you can argue that those people that are the neocons are lefties. They're not lefties. They're right wing. Like conservatives were really into war. Now there's like conservatives that are more isolationist, but not like there's a balance. You can be normal. So let's see what he. Where did you say he walked it back after?
There's no comment on it. I think he was interviewed by someone, and they were saying that he would consider not going through with it anymore because the ceasefire has been agreed to, whatever. So, like, literally, Trump did what he said he would do. He achieved his objective. So, I mean, what are you going to do? And like the point that people have made, I've also seen in the comments sometimes, Obama during his presidency acted on his own authority multiple times. I think he dropped they're saying 30,000 bombs or whatever in different countries in the Middle East, Pakistan, different places, without getting the authority of Congress. So all of this is just nonsense. And like people like the Tucker Carlsons of the world are also playing into that rhetoric as well and challenging Trump's authority to do this. So
exactly.
It's insane that they were trying
to do. They were trying to do what they for 4 years were basically alleging the left were doing. Like everything that they said was wrong with the Democrats is what they tried to do to Trump now because they didn't like his politics, which is exactly what they accused the Dems of doing all through the Jan 6, whatever it was. What was it called? The Jan 6...
the riots or whatever they say.
No, but but they did the thing in the Senate inquiry or whatever it was. You remember they had
yeah.
that whole hearing,
Yeah.
and all these
The
guys
committee.
like Tucker and all these people were accusing the Dems, and the impeachment, the fact that they were trying to impeach, like they were saying these guys are just, it's all politically motivated. They're trying to destroy. And now when they didn't like something Trump did, they did exactly what the lefties does. And then Tucker has the chutzpah to call Laura Loomer a lefty.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, read a couple of super chats because everyone's trying to help us get us to the 50.
Cruel intentions. Thanks, mate. So much RV hate in chat tonight. Pretty sure they are all gay for you, dude.
Love you guys. As long as you're here, I'm happy.
As long as they're paying you, you don't mind if they're gay for you. You'll happily take it.
Cruel intentions. I appreciate your support and your super chat. But yeah, no, don't worry. Mate, I've got thick skin. I've been doing this for years. And it's fine. I'm happy for people to come here and hate watch me. Unlike Tucker Carlson, I'm not going to say things just to be popular or to gain followers. I don't care. I'm me. I've always been me. During COVID, a lot of those people that might be commenting, they loved me because I was saying what they wanted to hear. Now they don't like me because they've got something about Jews or about Israel, or they're just backwards, or they just have, they've got zero understanding of the actual thing. Or, they want me to throw Israel under the bus to make them like me better. It's not going to happen. I don't care. I'm always going to be me. But as long as they're here, I'm happy. Let's go. Baz is back with one. I'm loving these people. These are our most loyal ones. We've got to...
Baz, thanks, mate. For the 50, my orange emperor hates war because it's a waste of money.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, mate.
For the
Baz always talking slight riddles. For the 50
to get the 50 super chats.
Mate,
we're at 42 now. For the 50 super chats, and then they're saying, so it's just a comment to help us there. Love you, Baz. Thanks for the support. It's funny that we're getting to know our regulars.
Yeah, it's good. Wayne says Jewish derangement syndrome seems to be almost as pervasive as TDS. And it's not confined to the left. Lots of people exposing themselves. I mean, for me, it's obviously since October 7th, that's when the world really kind of woke up to a lot of this stuff, and it's just exploded. I think at the start they were trying to contain it in terms of having discussions within politics and stuff like this about how it's not a good thing, even in the US and Australia. But over time, it's just off the rails. People that were initially not for, taking discussions down that route have gone all in, especially since this thing that threatens their view of US and all these kind of things came up. Some of these commentators that I've followed for a long time who have never spoken like this have fully just gone down that path.
And people who spoke against it, and that's what I'm saying to you. Their audience captured. There we go. Did you knock out another wire?
What's happening, Mike?
I don't know. You blacked out for a second.
Oh.
There you go. You're back.
I think I'm going a bit slower, aren't I?
No, you're right now.
Yeah. I think I should bring back. Are you start?
Right.
Okay.
Call back in.
I'll call back in.
Hey, Rukshan. And he's our technical support, guys. Let's see Rukshan fix his problems. That's a good show tonight, guys. While we're here, waiting for Rukshan to call back in, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the live. We've still got a fair bit to go through, so we'll see how we go. All right. Let's quickly read through these chats. So agree. About the Jewish derangement syndrome. Look, I think for a lot of people, especially commentators, it's a grift. And you know what? They've exposed themselves. Once it all calms down, they'll be remembered for it. Do you see that? PP Cantor, thanks for the super chat.
PP Cantor, thanks, mate. A microphone.
I don't know what that's in reference to. It was probably something we said to. Anyways, appreciate the support. There you go. Abby King is back.
I'd love to hear more people in public eye say, I don't know, rather than always taking a position for the sake of it. I mean, that's true. I'm somewhat... this is obviously a very complicated topic about foreign policy and, a war and this intelligence. A lot of this is out of I'm out of my depth. I'll be completely clear, which is why I'm commentating on the social media reactions to it and people's comments about it, and in terms of what we know from publicly. But there is a lot of this tendency, comedians or whatever, to talk very deeply on issues that they would have absolutely no authority on, and they talk like authority figures. It's good and bad in a way. I think it's okay that people talk about things in an expert sense if they're really researched and knowledgeable about it. But we do have to draw the line between who is really an expert on some of these topics and who's not when it comes to something as sophisticated as a war. I think from a human perspective, obviously, people who are Israeli or people who are Iranian or Palestinian, whatever, they can talk it from their personal lived experiences. Like, that all makes sense. But yeah, some of these commentators obviously have gone really deep into thinking that they are the people in charge, or they're the policymakers, or they're the ones leading the direction of the country. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think there's a bit of influence, especially during election time and things, because those people are needed to obviously spread the message of an election. But during wartime, really, the commentators who are talking on social media, they're the ones influencing President Trump? I don't believe so.
All right, I agree with that. We've got one more super chat before I go back to the next person.
I love this name they've come up with, the Hodge twins, for the Hodge twins. Gonna be fun when we get to the Hodge twins.
So we did touch on the Hodge twins. We did point out there earlier, and I don't know if Spetsy just joined, but earlier we did quickly go through the Hodge twins, and theirs was kind of obvious where we showed what they're saying on Facebook compared to what they're saying on X. I didn't actually prepare to go too much in them. They have been shunned and embarrassed all over social media.
They're the clowns in the sense that they were the easiest ones to catch because of the Facebook thing. And their excuse is classic. It's pretty funny, actually.
We've got one more.
Spets, thanks for the super chat. Haven't been a fan of the political tourists that have no sources and only take their positions based on what their current TDS grifter is spouting on MSM. That is like standard, right? Like you've seen that a lot of the times in Australian politics, like where they'll just have opinions purely because they don't like Donald Trump. They don't like something he's done. Just purely, not because if it's a good or bad thing, it might be great, but they'll just hate it because it's from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And that's a massive problem that we have today.
Appreciate Spets for both those super chats. We're at 44, so I think we're going to hit that 50. I just said 50.
That's great.
Now I should have said a big number. No, really appreciate it, guys. All right, let's go on to the next person. This one is he identifies as a comedian, but he has become the voice for Palestine. He plays the I'm a Jew card, but it turned out that he's actually not really a Jew. Dave Smith, and it was really funny because somebody pointed out that it's actually his grandfather, apparently, that's Jewish, which means that he's technically not even a Jew. And then he's like, his response to that is, "Oh, how funny! They say that it's that I'm not really a Jew. How's that relevant to my argument?" It's like, dude, it became relevant when you used it every time to shield you from any a thing about being an anti-Semite or whatever. Like you used that as your card to be able to defend your position and say, look, I can't be anti-Semitic. I don't hate Jews because I'm Jewish. But it turns out you're not actually Jewish, so it kind of is relevant. You're the one that made it relevant. Anyway. Forget about that. Let's actually listen to his actual arguments. This was Dave Smith when it happened.
It was in 2007 that the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke. Yeah. I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese.
Right.
Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize.
Okay, that's before we just hear him, how much he supported him. Mate, you got everything wrong. And he's mocking. This is the guy that's been put up as almost the number one expert on the Middle East conflict. Mocking Donald Trump's leadership, saying, how can you... And it's him and Candace Owens quote each other like they're the experts. She called it deranged. He says it's almost the same thing. Deranged to think that you can demand negotiation after you bomb him. When now we know, hindsight, we've seen how it played out. That's exactly how it worked. Trump knew what he was doing. Trump actually did something. And all those claims that the Pentagon said that they're going to strike all our bases, that they can actually inflict massive pain. You know, yeah, he's right about the fact that I'm getting a bit of feedback off your mic, I think. In that last year, they fired those, for theater, letting us know that they got shot down. Yeah, he was kind of right about that. But we saw them also now apply their entire, capability, and it's still like, yeah, they can randomly target, just like fire indiscriminately into Israel, and some, 5% will land and kill civilians, random innocent civilians. They did not get one proper target. No military personnel of consequence have been hit. No one. And look at the other side. Everything was precise. We've knocked out Israel, knocked out their... Like, what are you talking about? You're saying that there was this massive risk. This is like a thing. This is like... It's the same story. This is World War III. Trump is leading us into World War III. We're not going to be able to actually handle Iran. They're going to really hurt us. And it turns out when America finally actually did it, they did 14 little missiles in which they gave hours warning. They all got shot down, minimal damage, not one death, not even civilians for that. He was so wrong.
Yeah, I think there's lots of problems with what he's saying. Obviously, he even made this kind of comparison to Pearl Harbor, which is insane because at least when the Empire of Japan attacked America, like they almost took out the Pacific Fleet, like bar a few of their ships. Like obviously they showed some proper insane military might to do what they pulled off against Americans, and that obviously turned into a massive, large scale, world war proportions. But like you said, the Iranians, at least on the level that we know, when they used their weapon system, when they were up against the Israelis, complete humiliation, decapitated their leadership. I mean, took control of the airspace. If I was a US president watching that occurring, obviously you're in a position of great strength, and they're not equals. There's no way that these people are talking about Iran and the US somehow being on an equal footing is insane after what we've seen. It makes no sense. Even for a layperson, I'm not an expert, but even for a layperson, seeing what went down, unless you have this kind of internal bias that you just cannot remove because of some other, Israeli derangement syndrome or something, like they're not equals, and to treat them as equals is laughable. So that is why a lot of what they're saying seems completely ridiculous when we see the results today. But for us, it was so obvious, Avi, because we saw that they weren't equals. Like Trump had a position to negotiate from, where he could position himself much higher than both Israel and Iran. Like he's got leverage over both those countries, in a way, even though he's partnered with Israel. Like it was so obvious. So, he's completely off the mark.
And just notice, Dave Smith, this is how he has debated so confidently, like from a point of knowledge about everything to do with this conflict, whether it's the Gaza Strip, whether it's Israel's history in general, and now Iran. And here you can see, no matter, like from his point of authority, like he knows what he's talking about. It's so obvious we're going to get trashed now. That's exactly how he speaks, with that confidence, and he's proven so wrong. So people need to look at Dave Smith and realize, just because he speaks with confidence, just because he's loud about his position, just because he talks overbearing and he makes it like you're so dumb if you think anything else. But it turns out he's actually the dumb one that doesn't know what he's talking about, because everything he said up until now, so in this statement in response to Israel striking and America, I think was that? Doesn't matter. It was either before the Americans. No, it was after. It was after the strikes. It was after. So everything he said there was false, proven now to be complete, absolute nonsense. Doesn't change the way he said it. And that's how he makes all these arguments. He exerts that level of confidence and that disdain for the people that he's arguing against. Here, it's like a panel of people that agree with him, but usually when there's a panel when he's debating, he exerts that kind of disdain for the person that he's debating, whether it's Douglas Murray or Constantine Christensen, like all these people that he's debated, like people that actually know what they're talking about, and he will exert this kind of false confidence based on zero, like nothing. There's literally nothing he said there that turned out to be true.
Nah, definitely.
Doing so, it was a bad
Yeah. Listen, I got to admit, it's probably the funniest thing I've seen him say.
calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one, but he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
Such an arrogant fool. And so again, remember also this. That's not the first time that's not the first time he's called for Trump to be impeached. By the way, he's previously called in 2018 or 2020. So this is a guy that shifts between them. Like he goes wherever he's always following the crowd, and the crowd lent into this anti-Israel stuff. He exerted this false sense of thing. Him talking about now the MAGA movement turning against Trump. He's got all the political capital now. Trump came out the king. Dave Smith looks like an idiot loser who is exactly acting like a lefty, like telling us that he's not doing it in the way that they were talking about impeaching. Dude, you're worse. You're worse. You literally, you want to impeach Trump. You wanted to impeach Trump for doing exactly what he campaigned on and for executing it like a boss.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't understand what the complaint was. Like, we're going to impeach him because he didn't keep his campaign. Like, just like what? Who says things like this? It's not the real world things. Like, it just makes no sense. So, I mean, he's a comedian. I know people are making fun of him for being a comedian, but Constantine Christensen is actually also a comedian, and he's actually very good. So, I don't think it's a comedian.
Constantine Christensen is actually smart. He's actually well informed. I think Dave Smith, like He
could be, but he doesn't.
Yeah, he's just like, he engages in little word games and he plays that like that is so dumb. Oh my God, like it's almost like he's got these little tools, like when you watch a few of his debates, he's got these little things that he does to basically throw at you how, to try to point out how dumb you are. But at the end of the day, when you have, like, it's very easy, like if you watch that, and we don't know what we know now, it's like, oh, fair. Yeah, oh, well, they're going to say, oh, if Iran can really do that, that sounds pretty dumb. And then it turns out like it was based on nothing. You're just spewing a bunch of stuff that you're saying is true, but you're not actually, there's no evidence for anything you're saying. And then when the time comes, you're just proven blatantly wrong. It's embarrassing. So like the question is, how do you walk back from that? Like the way to like walk back from that is going, dude, That was it. I'm sorry. I was totally wrong. Well done, Trump. Sorry for saying he should get impeached. He actually knew a lot more than me. He clearly knew a lot more than me. He made the right decision. I got it totally wrong. I'm so sorry to my audience and to everyone that was like turning on Trump because of the stuff what I was saying. Correct? Like that's the way a real man should react to now what we know. No.
Yeah, no, of course, but I don't think he's a true MAGA
Oh
supporter.
no!
Obviously,
Hold on. No. So this, well, this is how he responded. Okay. Well, hopefully now. So this is his response now that he knows how retarded what he said was. Hopefully now, with Iran giving prior warning to avoid civilian casualties in their response, and Trump signaling it's over, this can end. If this is the case, which is not at all clear yet, then we flirted with a disaster for absolutely no reason. Iran didn't have nukes and hadn't made the decision to attempt to acquire them. This is according to the DNI Annual Threat Assessment, the CIA, the IAEA. Nothing has demonstrably been gained. Nothing has been demonstrably gained by this. The Trump administration and the Israelis have been boasting about devastating Iran's nuclear program, but it's completely unclear if that's true, even to them. Even if they did destroy a lot of equipment, the Iranians can rebuild and the regime will remain in power, now more incentivized than ever to get nuclear weapons. I'm humbled by by getting everything wrong and calling for Trump to be
and it's very telling. Like the first kind of line, Iran giving prior warning to avoid civilian casualties. Look, if Iran could inflict civilian casualties on the U.S. military bases and walk away from it without any consequences, they would. The reason that they give
if Dave Smith was right, they would have.
Yeah,
he was wrong though.
They're terrified of doing something like that because they know the response of attacking directly U.S. military base with servicemen in there and killing them would mean all hell would rain down on them from Trump. And they played it very carefully.
And there's nothing they could do.
Yeah, they're in a position of weakness. They played it very carefully, and you see that's very telling. He's trying to give them this moral equivalency to the United States of America, and there isn't. But he's trying to make them be like, oh, look, they wanted to avoid. No, that's not the case. I mean, that's very telling. And the rest of it, again, he's giving organizations that he all the time dismisses, CIA, all these things.
Exactly. So the CIA. I found that funny.
He's all over the place.
And then he's and so basically, so he's gone. And then he goes into his fear-mongering that, even if they did destroy a bunch of the equipment, like, firstly, I don't believe they actually did anything, but, okay, if they did, then now Iran's more incentivized to get it again, so, they win. And it's like, what? Well,
yeah.
What are you worried? Dude, you told us there was going to be...
It sounds like he wants regime change.
Yeah, exactly. But, like, why should we believe your fear mongering now? Everything, these people make me sick. They're so, it's driven by agenda. He's made, no one knew Dave Smith from his comedy. I've never actually seen a video of this guy being a comedian. He went one time on Joe Rogan, he blew up and he became the voice, he's been on Piers Morgan a million times, the voice for Palestine. He used the Jew card, which turns out was a lie as well. And this last week has shown, if we leave it up to Dave Smith, he's saying there was absolutely no reason to do it. Well, they almost had nukes. So, that even the IAEA report that he keeps talking about, they did say that they got it to 60% enrichment and it's quick to get to 90%. So, and there's no reason for them to have above 3 to 5%. So there was a reason to do it. You might not like the reason. You might not think that it's a big enough reason to blow it up, but it turns out there was not really any repercussions. So what happened? All that happened is you misjudged the whole scenario and you were completely wrong. And now you're justifying your position in the weirdest way without apologizing to anyone. Why should anyone take you seriously again? Why should we, when you're in a debate about the future of Israel, when you tell Israel how they should prosecute the war, why should anyone take any of your advice when you didn't get the most obvious, like this one was so obvious how it was, like the way it was going to play out was like the options that there was super obvious, and none of them included your apocalyptic ending to it.
Yeah, no, definitely, I agree with you.
There's a couple super chats. They're trying to help us. We're at 48 now. All right, we got Regina.
Yeah,
Thank you for helping us get to the $2, helping us get there.
Thanks, Regina.
We have Jeremy. Read Jeremy's.
Jeremy, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Ivy Rook, the war is Hi, Ivy Rook. Is this war for getting a hold of the second largest LNG and fourth largest oil reserve in the world? Does this deep state want that to happen, like how they did to Iraq and Libya? Is this possible? Look, there's no doubt that Iran's oil markets and gas, whatever, opening up to the rest of the world, in a way that it comes into the market without it being sanctioned or whatever, would change the dynamics of that. Probably bring prices down as well, because I think they have a massive reserve. So at the end of the day, I don't think those countries are similar at all. The Iranian people, it's not like I don't want to say uncivilized for Iraq and Afghanistan, but there's things about those two countries, the way that they were being run, that weren't the same. Would you agree with me? Like, can you compare the countries?
No, I think Iran is a much higher educated country that is.
You could have a free and prosperous Iran that takes into account Iranian interests, but also interact with the rest of the world, like Saudi Arabia does, for instance. Like Saudi Arabia, they have oil reserves, whatever, but they benefit from that as a nation. Like look at the country, same as the UAE, whatever. Look at that area and how they benefit from their deposits and the wealth that they create. Of course, in partnership with the US, and obviously
yes, it would help the global world market that that their oil comes into the market without the sanctions or whatever, but that would help the Iranian people more than it would help anyone else, because they're what are they, 5% thing of the global market. So like I think that's a bonus, because at the end of the day, if there's just a regime change, it's still going to be the Iranian people. It's going to be it just means that their oil, once all the sanctions are lifted, can flow into the open market, as opposed to just to whoever they're dealing with, China or Russia or whatever. I think that's a bonus. It is definitely not the motivation for it, especially from Israel's perspective. From Israel's perspective, it is neutralizing that that threat to their existence.
Of
Somebody
course.
who is in firing range, who has shown, who through proxies have started a war and tried to annihilate Israel from all sides, from the south, from the north, and from a distant now directly. So I think for Israel, there's that 100% motivation. For America, there is the dynamic in the Middle East. There's their assets in the Middle East, including their oil assets, whatever, but all their assets in the Middle East. And also just have, for America, it's also just better to have an ally in the world as opposed to another friend to Russia and China, to the axis of evil in the world. So like for America, there is that additional bonus of it being a friend of theirs. So there's I think there's a bunch of stuff, but the motivation to make it happen, like if you have to pick one thing, for Israel, it's for it's a real threat to their existence. For America, it's probably the most driving one is defending their ally.
Yeah, defending their ally, and I think that especially Trump, you see him with the Abraham Accords. You saw his recent visit to the Middle East. He wants to get all that stuff done. He wants to open it up. He believes in prosperity and business and partnership. Of course, there is exploitative, corporations that would love to exploit some of that as well. Like, we're not going to deny that happens throughout the world, but what is the current situation any good? They're still using the regimes using the profits of selling that oil to China, Russia, and India, and other places like that to buy weapons and things like this, right? So, yeah, it's I don't think it's as cut and dry as the US going after oil interests in the region.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's a simplistic way of doing it. It does it not ever come into considerations in these things? I think it might. In this case,
Look,
I think it's down the list.
wants, definitely America wants to assert its dominance over China and Russia. Like, again, I come to you
I think
as
that
someone
matters
who lives
more.
in the West. Yeah, I live in the West, and like that's the country I live in, and of course they want to assert their dominance over those two countries. And yes, this would be a hit to China and Russia, who have a lucrative deal going with the Iranians. It would change things definitely. So yeah, there is that as well, of course.
All right, let's read these super chats. Go. Cruel intentions again.
Cruel intentions. Dave Smith is Piers Morgan's Middle East expert. That says it all.
That is so true.
Yeah, that was so funny. The one that you did the video on, the reaction where he's like Piers, like that he was calling out to Piers. He was so
because he got smashed in an argument, and then he needed Piers to help bail him out, and and Piers's arguments are often also really dumb. So you've got two geniuses who are leading the charge now for Palestine. I think, look, if we can judge Israel's survival on her detractors, I think she'll be right. Spets again. Thank you, Spets.
Thanks, mate. Dave Smith is an idiot. IAE put out Iran had 60% enrichment. 60 to 90% is only weeks away.
Yes, but then they go and argue, well, they don't have the warhead to deliver it. Like, these guys will always say you can't attack it. Like, at no point for them is good enough. And so then Iran has a nuclear weapon because we're going to trust Dave Smith, who got everything wrong in this scenario. Israel and America should trust Dave Smith on Iran's intentions and when to strike Iran and all that. When he can't even tell you this stuff. Forget about the population of Iran. The most basic stuff. He couldn't predict anything that happened right in this scenario. Yeah. So I think the time has come. Like, I hope in the upcoming debates on Piers Morgan's or wherever, that people who debate him go, okay, Dave, so since you got everything wrong when it came to the targeting of the nuclear facilities in Iran, and you want to impeach it, why should anyone take you seriously? Well, like, why should we believe any of your recommendations about anything?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, Baz, this is number 49.
Last one for the 50. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Baz. Take my money, defund the ABC petition. There you go. Thanks, Baz.
Thank you, Baz. Yeah, so that was, what did we do? We did defundabc.com was the petition we launched yesterday in response to the ABC Western Sydney reporter straight from Qatar. Well, no, this is not even like Tucker Carlson. This is like a dude straight from Qatar. So that's not even a conspiracy. All right. Now we're going to move on to our final. It's our final contestant, but I've got a few things. Oh no, I got one more. Hold on. I got one more. One more, and then we're going to go into an Aussie. We're going to go into an Aussie for all of you. We've got one Aussie that's just that I did invite to come on the show, but he was too much of a pussy. All right, let's watch Jack Posobiec, who's a big American thing who also came at it from... This is like the Candace Owens thing lately, where they only care about conflicts where it involves Christians, protecting Christian lives. So that, the argument becomes, why should we get involved for a Jewish fight against Muslims when Christians are going to die for it? Like, it's the most retarded argument. But anyways, this was Jack Posobiec on... getting involved why America should not bomb the nuclear facilities and who it's going to affect.
Steve, I mean, there's just huge, massive category errors there. Talking about trying to compare this to ISIS. ISIS didn't have a navy. ISIS didn't have a ballistic missile force. ISIS didn't have any of these assets. ISIS didn't have control of 20% of the world's oil going in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. ISIS didn't have any of these things. So just massive category errors there. One is...
So just understand, when he says that, he's basically telling you what they can do in reaction to American intervention, like a strike. This was prior to the strike. So this is what he's saying. This is the real danger. They've got all this power.
a sovereign government, and the other one is a terrorist group. So these are wildly different things, and to compare them as the same, it's just someone who really needs to go back and hit the books. And when you look at also, you say, wait a minute, the one line that just sticks at me, Steve, is say, wait a minute, this is Joe Biden's foreign policy. Joe Biden was not an isolationist. Joe Biden launched a proxy war against Russia. Let's not mince words. There's a proxy war against Russia that Joe Biden initiated through his proxies in Ukraine that Fox News was cheerleading for. And all the cheerleaders with the blow-dried hair and the makeup and everyone else on Fox News, when they were cheerleading for that, and Tucker Carlson, by the way, got fired over speaking out against the war in Ukraine and saying, hey, wait a minute, this isn't a great idea. We've got...
What a rewriting of history. Tucker Carlson did not
That's
get
not
fired.
why Tucker doesn't get fired for that. No.
Well, it was
Dominion.
a Dominion lawsuit that
I think
cost him
$800 million lawsuit.
Yeah, like these guys just lie. They got no dramas lying.
Real issues here. They've got real number issues. They've got armament issues. Maybe we should try to find a way to end this diplomatically. Where's that going right now? How's that going right now? When they did the last troop exchange, and Russia turned over 6,000 bodies, and Ukraine turned over 70. All right, that's the numbers of the ratio right there. How many people got to die? How many men got to die? How many boys got? Christian European men. How many Christians do you want dead? Because that's what happens in every single Middle East war too, by the way. The Christians always get slaughtered by one side or the other, right? All these areas used to be Christian. They're all slaughtered. And you say, oh, we pray for them, we pray for them. Or you could maybe not start a war and get them all killed. So
that is not why Christians die in the Middle East, you bloody liar. Like that. Islam colonized the Middle East. It's true. All those like Lebanon was a Christian country. Egypt was a Christian country. Like all these countries, Syria, they were all Christian countries, and it wasn't Western intervention that caused wars that killed Christians. It was the colonization of and as the colonization from Arabia, the Islamic colonization that then became, you had all these like groups that wanted to force Islam upon nations, and the only country that doesn't have that is actually Israel, protecting Christians. But they always forget to use that in their argument because it goes against what they're trying to say. These guys
you've got a proxy war right now that is still unfinished. Not too far, relatively speaking, to the north of Iran between Ukraine and Russia that all of Fox News was cheerleading. And we don't talk about that anymore. We don't have any conversation about that whatsoever. Putin's up there. He's saying, wait a minute.
You know why?
So that was...
Steve, I mean, there's just...
And there's post after post after post after post, basically saying, again, warning that any intervention is a bad idea, bombing is dangerous, don't drag us into this another forever war, blah, 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 blah. And look at him today, the chutzpah of this guy. This is like next level chutzpah. This is not... and he's just dishonest. Like, Jack is a bit of a dishonest person, I've noticed as well. Like, when I was in... were you there? You were there the year in WEF when he came in? Were you there?
Davos? Yeah, I was there in Davos.
The year that he came. I remember he flew in. He literally caused some shit with the police there that, like, the police there are the easiest place to deal with. And he did the whole WEF police, I'm under arrest, put one photo, flew in, got that photo, ran this whole, that became a massive story around the world, arrested by WEF police, nothing happened. Like, he's not a completely honest person, and this proves it. Like, today, he's writing, this is history. Like, the guy that joined, like, he joined in late to the anti-Trump campaign about striking it and warning how Trump is making the biggest mistake of his life. And it's like, peace announced, ceasefire taking place, neocons are screaming, crying, and throwing up. Like, what? And then President Trump is the deal maker in chief. Look, there were a couple of neocons that were essentially saying, no, we should keep going. Like, don't have a ceasefire now.
You're always going to have that. You're always going to have that.
But the majority of people, the same people that they were condemning, that's what they do. Like, that's what Tucker Carlson does. Like, grab a couple of people, he didn't even give the examples. Like, I think Mark Levin was one of them that was saying, It's a bad deal.
Yeah.
You don't, he said, make him surrender, blah, blah, blah. And you know what? I actually think there's valid arguments in what he was saying. But I do like the way Trump has handled it, just because I feel like this shuts up everyone from, like, Jack Posobiec is the least of the problem out of everyone we've shown tonight. From Jack Posobiec to Tucker Carlson to Candace Owens to Dave Smith. Like, it just showed that they were all wrong.
Yeah, Jack, what he does is he puts out a lot of cryptic tweets. It's very cryptic. It could mean either thing. So he does a lot of this. But he also pushes like a certain view a bit more than the other one. So he kind of has a safety net so he can go turn either way. So it's very hard to tell with him because he has put out tweets kind of both ways and targeted different groups. But overarching, I think, during this whole debate, and people call him out on it, actually. There's been a lot of people who have called him out on it. He has gone towards kind of the more anti-Trump group, but he doesn't see it in that way. That's the thing. So same as Steve Bannon, like he doesn't see it in that way either. Like they see it more as like as an influence. Like they're kind of a part of the conversation. Like that's how they carry themselves. Like, there's a bit of influence there that Steve Bannon is having, where his criticisms of Trump is advice, not so much a criticism. It's something
exactly. But even that advice turned out to be completely wrong. And the idea that he was like in that clip, in the beginning of that clip, Jack Posobiec was saying this is not like ISIS. And the funny thing is, ISIS, they went in on by foot, but they had boots on the ground. But here he's saying they're not like ISIS. They're an actual army. They have all these abilities, and it turns out they had zero abilities. You were wrong, Jack. They didn't have the abilities. Like, you talk with such, again, authority that this is going. I know it's more annoying almost that Jack doesn't own his position so outright like Dave Smith. Dave Smith sits there. He's and Candace Owens, like, this is World War III. This is what's going to happen. And and Trump is absolutely like, and Dave Smith should be impeached. Jack doesn't do that. He goes, this is not ISIS. We're in big trouble here. But even Jack is completely wrong. It turned out their whole military was a joke.
Yeah.
That Israel was able to walk all over him. The only reason why Israel needed America in to do something was because they just don't have those B-2, whatever, those planes with those huge bunker buster bombs that could reach it. That was it.
They would have definitely done it themselves and bombed it. There's no reason why not. Someone was saying there's some breaking news that Trump on Air Force One had said that that he doesn't want regime change in Iran, and it's up to the Iranian people. I mean, that's a little like what we were talking about. So that's been obvious for a while.
Yeah, it's the same stuff. He's basically saying he's not going to fight for it. Okay. Last, we got Regina gave us our 50th. She threw you another $2 to make sure we hit the 50. So we have hit the 50. I want to thank you all for the super chats tonight. Really appreciate it. But yeah, don't worry. Don't let that stop you. If you want to keep supporting us, we're happy to take bonuses. Just remember, however many more we get now, that's going to be our baseline that we got to beat. No, but really, 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 from the bottom of my heart, I do appreciate it.
Really appreciate it.
We have done pretty well. We're almost on 4 hours. Oh shit!
I'm struggling. The AC's still off, so I'm struggling.
All right, well,
I'm getting through it.
We've got one more person, which I know you're going to feel uncomfortable now because you want to get away, but we have to talk about Australia's very own dumbest senator. I regret ever
you can't say that. I don't agree with that.
I can't. I tried to tell him to come on. I sent him text. I said it straight to him. I think he's what he's been saying lately online is nothing short of dumb. He doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. He's regurgitating other people's posts. He's chucking it into ChatGPT, and he can't own it because he won't come on here and actually debate it with me. When I asked him to debate it, he said he was overseas, like you are now on holiday. Not sure why he can't come. You've been here every time. And he said, he's just Australia first. And I asked him why he's actually overseas. Why'd you go overseas? Why didn't you go and have a holiday in Australia? He said he wanted to go somewhere hot. So I sent him, I told him about a place called Darwin or in Queensland. There's different hot places in Australia that you can holiday. But Babette has turned out to be the biggest flop in the Senate. But that's my personal opinion. You don't think that? I don't care. So let's read a couple of his tweets. He goes, As tensions in Iran rise, the foundational MAGA ideals, ending endless wars, securing borders, and reclaiming American sovereignty, face their greatest internal threat yet. Don't be fooled. When the US marches to war, Australia usually follows. No more than ever, we must scrutinize the decisions made in the halls of power in Washington, D.C. The deep state must be held to account. We are closer to World War III than at any point in our lifetimes. Now, obviously, we know we were never close to World War II. Complete nonsense. It's the same as all these guys, and he's copying them. He's like, I don't think personally Senator Babette is an individual thinker. He was copying the people in America that he thinks are. Oh wait, I did have. He did a whole Substack about it, but it closed on me because I don't know. It logs you out, I think. Oh, what did it do? Oh no, thanks. Here. This is what he wrote. Will Iran be the downfall of MAGA? What do you reckon? Do you reckon?
Look, I speak to Senator Babbitt a lot, so I think these are genuinely his views. I know you're saying that he's mirroring other people and things
worse.
like this. But
that's worse.
I think genuinely, like, he does not want to have Australia intervene in foreign wars. Like, he genuinely believes in that.
Who asked Australia to go into this?
Okay, so that's where I think you might have a point. Like, this idea, this notion that's been perpetrated, not just in Australia, in the UK and other countries as well, that for some reason, because of the history of our entanglements in the Middle East, that somehow we'd be called into an alliance of the willing again, where we'd go down to fight Iran, boots on the ground. I think there's a misreading of that. I personally believe that. Now, I know Senator Babbitt has a different view of that, and many people, not just him, have a particular view that for some reason, whatever war that America goes into, that somehow Australia will be in that war exactly the same way as well, based on the historical record of that. But I think this war, they're misreading it because it's very different. Israel is doing the dirty work. We've talked about this at length. They're doing all the dirty work for the Americans. The Americans are pretty much just using their military might, their airport, their status, their air force, to help them and give that legitimacy. I've not heard Israel ask for other countries to come and support them in any other way whatsoever, besides moral support or ethical support in their mission to stop this, stop Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. So I've only ever heard that. So I think there is this tendency to it's not my war, it's not our war. We won't send troops. We won't do this. We won't do that. There is a tendency for that. So definitely, I understand that criticism. And I think some people genuinely believe that we will be drawn into this conflict in Iran. Just that.
Look, whatever. So maybe it is what he really thinks. I feel like you're being kind to him, but maybe you're right. But I don't think it helps him much beyond that either. He's a senator in Australia. He's got, if he couldn't read this situation easily, which was so easy to read, that we weren't being dragged into war. America wasn't being dragged into a war, let alone Australia. So if you think he really was doing it because he genuinely believes it, then I think he's just a freaking idiot. And if he was doing it just because it's low-hanging fruit, which I 100% believe, because I'll show you a bunch of his posts. You're telling me, Babette, saying here, who killed JFK? These are the posts that he went on to rant afterwards as part of this campaign against Israel. Who killed JFK? What else has he got? He's playing the victim. He just doesn't want people dragging in. We said that. Does Israel fund Hamas? Just asking questions about whether Israel is really at fault for everything that's happening. Are Judeo-Christian values a political invention rather than theological truth? Discuss in the comments. This is a guy that himself, if you look up Judeo-Christian in Babette's posts, has used it 1,000,000 times himself. But suddenly, as part of this conversation, look at him. Scroll his tweets. He's used it as far back as in last year. Are Judeo-Christian values a political intervention? That's the one now. In in 2023, he's going, Judeo-Christian values built the West, true or false? He's always talked about people hate Western civilization and Judeo-Christian values should not be able to vote in Australia. Like, he's literally always defended it. And suddenly, as part of this conversation where he's trying to, appeal to the people that have jumped on the anti-Jew bandwagon, who are all part of this movement in the last week, over the last year and a half, but in the last week, got in line to condemn Trump, to say that this is the end of MAGA, like the argument that he's making here. Do I think that it's just it's just an accident that Babette just happens to be tweeting this anti-Israel stuff and anti-Jew stuff in that same week? And listen, he's not here to debate it. I did invite him. Told him when he comes back, he can come on to debate all his, he has a whole heap of mad tweets. But
that's the thing. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm just saying from what I know, only because I'm not commentating on someone
that says let's talk about it. He never wants to talk about it.
And he's been on the podcast with us many times. He's been on the opposition podcast.
Yeah, but he can't look. He's always come on because he thinks it's friendly. Listen, I'll tell you the truth. I know that he will not go on Tom Elliott to discuss any of his points, and then people will call in for whatever United Australian Party, and they'll say, "Why don't you ever have Babette on?" And they ask me if I can help him get Babette on. He won't come on. So Babette, I doubt, will come on again because he knows I'm going to challenge him. He's always come on when he thinks it's easy, when he thinks we're going to just support him. And I always did support him. But I think Babette is going for low-hanging fruit, and he's wrong. Will the Iran war be the downfall of MAGA? Read this article. It is low IQ stuff that he's either pulled from America, that he's trying to reach that audience that what's his name couldn't hit in Australia, which was Gerard Rennick. Like, he's trying to pick up those that group of supporters, the online clout, whatever. Like, I'm not going to pretend I know what his motivation for that is. But it's one of two things. He's either trying to use this to garner that horrible part of the internet right now to support him, or he's just a fool. Either way, I've lost all my respect for Babette. And in the last week, I've really lost it. And then when I invited him onto the show to actually talk about it, he was a total pussy. But you guys in the comments, you can send Babette a message and tell him to come and debate it. Stand by.
There's lots of support for him in the comments right now.
If you support him, tell him to come on and debate all his
Let's get him
tweets.
on here. Let's get him on here and have the debate. I think that's probably the best way to do this.
On that note, I think I look. It's disappointing because I did actually support Babette, and I was one of the people. Like, I'm not going to read that article now, but I think if he agrees to debate, we will go through a bunch of the things that he's tweeted, either just asking questions, the insinuations he's made, the idea. Like, there's a lot of them, even the history that he's given about Iran. He literally is sharing the dumbest, misinformed. So he's either misinformed or he's just making stuff up to push this narrative. I don't trust him anymore. I don't like him anymore. I think he's and in the election when he was trying to tell us that, he wanted to unseat what's his name, Dutton, and that he was, the whole campaign, the whole idea, and then when people finally turned on the United Australian Patriots, he just distanced himself. I think he's gutless. I think he needs to come and front the people. And I can see that there's a lot of people in the comments here that support him. So guys, tell your hero to come on. He's back, I think, in 2 weeks from his Australia first holiday overseas.
Let's let him on. I haven't. I don't share that. Look, I think he's genuine in his concerns. Definitely, I definitely believe he's genuine in his concerns.
So how can you trust his instinct? His instinct is crap.
as isolation is kind of like this new trend that's emerged. It's not just Babbitt. I've seen it from multiple politicians, especially on the right, when it comes to this particular issue, that they've become. I don't know what
Do you know what he told me when I told him to debate me? He said debate George Christensen and Gerard Rennick about it.
When did you talk to him about this debate? When was that?
Today. I invited him today, and he told me to debate Christensen, and I said they're not Australian senators. You're a senator saying this stuff. Stand by your words. Come and debate it. He's like, I can't be bothered while I'm on holiday. I know he can't debate it because he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's disappointing.
Let's get him on.
As a past fact, yeah, well, let's see if we can get him on. Guys, I know you guys in the comments that are loving him. Send a message to Babette. Tell him to come on and destroy me on these points. What do you reckon? We got our
that was fun for me. From Catherine, I no longer trust anyone that supports jihadis. Thanks, Catherine.
The funny thing about Babette is he's stuck between two worlds, right? He is anti-jihadi. He goes on about that stuff. But then he
well, that's what I mean. Like,
because he loves Tate. He loves Andrew Tate, so he's stuck in the middle.
I know from his views, he's 100% pro-Australian. I know he loves Donald Trump, which is, I guess, for me, that's the only difficult thing, because he's very much pro-Trump. But on this particular issue, he has gone with the views of some of the other people who are isolationists and who have been against Trump on some of these things. But he's entitled to his opinion. I think he has to explain it if he wants to. Maybe he doesn't want to. I don't know. If he does come on this show with us and debates you, we might get a better understanding of where all that comes from, because he is very pro-MAGA. He is very pro-Trump. He's got stacks of Trump hats and letters from Trump and all sorts of stuff, right? We've seen all of that. He posted online. So why is someone like that also having this opinion? I mean, that's an interesting thing to tease out in a debate, definitely.
We will do it. And he should feel safe. He's got, you can be the moderator, and
I think I just want to sit in the audience and watch. I do not want to be the moderator.
Look, I it's sad for me because I feel like in Australia we're missing people that stand by their convictions, and Babette is an easy example because you just have to look at tweets. Like with him, it's like look at tweets from 3 months ago where he's celebrating Judeo-Christian values, and suddenly because there's a shift in his audience and he sees an opening in the market because Gerard Rennick isn't there anymore, and so he's trying to capitalize. He's trying to hone in on that. So he's starting to question the things that literally 2 months ago. Nothing's changed. What's the difference between Judeo-Christian values that he's always believed is great and suddenly isn't? But these are questions that I'll put to our friend when he actually comes on. We got a couple of super chats before we end the feed, and
this is from Benji63. Babette is now a groper. He blindly supports things and can't back them.
I know, 100%. 100%, guys, 100%. And he always, when it comes down to it, when it came to the Trumpets of Patriots. We had that little thing live in the that night. Whenever he can't, he just does that thing of, oh well, like with the United Trumpets of Patriots. Oh, well, that's not the United. We're completely different parties. You just both owned by Clive Palmer. The only reason why they had a new party is because they couldn't get you registered as United Australia parties because you guys are literally retarded and you couldn't actually do the most basic thing for a party, like. Like he doesn't own his stuff as well. Like he'll say, I was just asking questions. Like I'm just asking, even the half his post where where they're polls, anyways, I it's not you. I'm looking forward to doing it with him, but he's disingenuous. I'm no fan of Babette anymore. Breaking. I don't like Babette anymore. I think that he's gutless.
Super chat from Spets. Doesn't matter if his concerns are genuine, they're wrong. A senator should also know better than to attack foreign partners. Also, he is wrong. Again, look, that one, I don't mind politicians having different opinions if they back them up or, there's the reasoning behind it. There's no, senators obviously going to attack all types of different people, because not everything is always in our interest. Like, for instance, with tariffs and things like this, I would expect an Australian senator to be in the Australian interest, for instance.
Yeah.
So that in itself is an attack on Trump.
Did he back the tariffs?
I don't remember specifically.
I think he probably had like a position like I can understand why Trump is doing it. It's like, and that's fine. Like you could say, I understand why Trump wants to do it because he's America first. We need to come back with our own thing. Like that. That's fine. But you should, as a senator, be fighting for Australia first. Yes. But on this one, it's like it's like that's what is it? Dave Smith's most his favorite argument. It's a straw man argument. Like saying you're against something because you don't want Australia to be dragged into foreign wars. Just make the argument that Australia should not go to a foreign war. Australia should not agree in going into this fight if they're looking for partners. But nobody was looking for partners. So it is literally a straw man argument. You're making an and then at the same time you're going around and you're saying all this stuff about Israel to delegitimize them, make them look horrible, just to back up this argument of yours that we shouldn't be dragged into a foreign war. It's like it's fine to say you don't want to be dragged into a foreign war. I don't think Australia should fight for Israel. No, I don't think so. But that doesn't mean by default I support Iran or I say that America shouldn't do what's in their interest to deal with the nuclear sites or whatever. Like it's just so. And then I shouldn't have to make that argument. And to make that argument, I shouldn't have to rewrite Iran's history to say to some like this is some big American CIA plot. Like it's just so ridiculous and transparent to anyone who's actually looking at what he's doing. And it's sad. He needs to get off Twitter and actually go to Parliament and do something. What has Babette actually freaking done? That's what I want.
I know Senator Babette. He's very hardworking. You might not get his opinions on this issue, but he works a lot, and he really tries to do his job. You got to understand, he's one member of a party, and he opposes a lot of the things.
Get off Twitter then.
No, but I'm saying he needs that outlet to communicate with people and get the message out. Because
when I say get off Twitter, I'm saying get off Twitter for those little. Like you're not a little influencer. Stop acting like an influencer. You're a senator. Go and push like for the things that actually matter. Like I know on all the anti-woke stuff, he's good, but he won votes. He actually didn't. Babette won on freaking preferences. So stop pretending. It was under United Australian Patriots. Stop playing games. He won just by a little bit. It was we ran that. It was it was very close. Anyways, Avi has a bright red line criticism of Israel. No, I don't actually care if you criticize Israel. I just think that if you're going to have your, if you're going to make your arguments, make them consistent with your whole worldview and actually back them up. Come here and articulate it and then defend them on camera. But that's okay. Who made me king? I made me king. I love how much hate I'm getting in the comments.
Wait. I just because I know it's so different when you know someone. Like I don't want to speak for them. It's just that's all it is. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, I have lots of opinions. But I know we have a relationship with Babbitt where he's come on the show and stuff. So I would rather him defend his views and me try to defend his views or understand his views.
In the comments, do you think Babette should come on and defend his views? Let us know.
Yeah, definitely.
Are they saying yes?
I don't know.
It's so funny though. He's like a massive Trump, and he turned on Trump so easily over this stuff. But that's
he's not the only one. That's what we've been talking about, right?
I feel like he literally copied Americans.
Some of his biggest supporters turned on him. I mean, that's the phenomenon. That's what we got to figure out, like why maybe Australian senators or people who are massive MAGA fans in Australia, who are a bit more removed from the whole troops on the ground thing, thinks that somehow this involves Australia. Like I have not seen. I don't even know why Israel would want to involve Australia in that way.
To be completely honest,
Australia current government has been super hostile to Israel to such an extent that the relationship is pretty sour. So it just makes no sense, and I don't think it's ever going to be the same as the coalition of the willing and what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's completely different. So, yeah.
All right, look, everyone in the comments is saying, as much as those that hate me there are saying that he should come on. So, guys, send him an email, tell him to come on the show. And look, he'll get a lot of support in the comments, obviously, no matter how dumb the shit he might say it is. But I just don't think he can defend him because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just going to go with that line of, I just don't want Australia involvement. Okay, great. Me neither. We agree on that. We agree on that, Babette. So come and defend everything else you wrote. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. We've almost doubled our numbers from previous weeks, so really appreciating everybody that's coming and all the super chats. Rukshan, where can people find you?
Guys, you can find me on X at The Real Rukshan, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, all those apps and social platforms I'm on as well. But X is the best place to find me, at The Real Rukshan.
All right, guys, you can follow RV.com, where if you're one of the people hate watching here that's spamming the comments, make sure to come here and to follow me everywhere. Follow RV.com. We've got one more super chat. I'll quickly read that.
Read that one.
Catherine. Babbitt can probably get on SBS and ABC now. Yeah, probably. That's so true. That's so true. Did you notice, like, that ABC now, they're happy for them to be quoting Tucker? When the ABC...
Really?
Yeah, like that ABC journalist that I did that story on yesterday, he's literally, like, sharing Tucker's videos with Ted Cruz. And it's like, oh, suddenly it's okay to share Tucker's stuff. Like, imagine any other ABC reporter prior to the whole Israel thing was sharing Tucker Carlson thing. If it wasn't to do with just criticizing,
wouldn't happen. Wouldn't happen.
No, you wouldn't be allowed to. All right, guys. God bless. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And for Babette, as we say in Arabic, Allahu Akbar. Here we go, $1.
See you guys. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the super chat. See you all next time.